I'm doing things a bit unusually tonight. Don't normally stream this much on my main channel, but there's been a couple of things that I wanted to do, and I've also been trying to move more of the anime content stuff over to this. So here we are talking about, well, that video this week, the Lextorious video covering Frieren, and there was a bunch of points I wanted to make, and there was some Tolkien stuff. So I invited one of the Tolkien experts I know, who happened to be the only guy who was free. So unfortunately, I'm stuck with him.
He's also not used to having the devilishly handsome people on. So.
Yeah, normally I have former stoners and retards. That's who I have around.
Well, I'm definitely not one of those, but I'm definitely not the other. Or I'm not the other, I should say. But yeah. Gonna be
okay, we'll just. So basically, I wanted to go through this video, and I was gonna do like a whole like video essay on it, but it turned into a massive script because there's like just so many things points I had to raise about it. And when it came to the Tolkien stuff, particularly because it's like a huge thing he uses for the framing, I'm not like a huge expert on Tolkien. Don't quite know as much about it as some other people. Not Rolo, not this guy, not King's Advisors or anyone else who I have.
Basically, everybody else knows more about Tolkien than him.
Well, that's not true, because I know more about Tolkien than the people who made Rings of Power. I can guarantee you that.
Well, allegedly, one of the showrunners knows a lot about Tolkien. He just ignored it.
Okay.
So you
Fair
might
enough.
not be in the door.
Fuck.
He's like, dang it!
looking real dumb here. But okay, I do know a lot about Frieren because I've done video essays on it before. I've done reviews of it before. I love the series, and this video made me think. That's why I'm doing this whole EFAP session, I guess you could say, of it. Because that's really the only way to describe it.
Not the internet fapping, but like the actual EFAP,
like
every
frame of pause kind of thing. Yes. I guarantee you Ronnie's gonna take that and go run with it.
He's gonna go the e-girl route.
I think I pissed him off at some point by banning him from someone else's chat. I'm a mod for some other people's channels, and I think he is going to take revenge by trying to make another hit piece video on me. So
I mean, all to our benefit.
Hey, no, I literally reacted to his first one on my channel. It was fucking hilarious.
I still have to do that, but yeah.
Anyway, video time, kind of. So yeah, this caused a huge blowout on the internet, particularly because this guy responded very poorly to people's criticisms.
I'd say as a person who literally just had a newborn, when you say blowout, it gives a whole new meaning to it.
I don't want to think about what that's supposed to mean, but holy shit.
You don't know babies have blowouts in their diapers?
Oh, we're talking about okay.
Yeah. It's bad.
I don't want to think about poopy diapers right now. Okay, can we move on?
We're watching poopy diaper material, so what do you want from me?
Okay, let's.
Frieren Beyond Journeys.
It's a bit quiet.
This is a fantasy.
Is it? You need me to turn it up?
Really
just a little bit.
Elf Girl that started airing last year to massive amounts of fanfare, and immediately became one of the most highly regarded. Mostly in this kind of
he basically just goes through this first section as like what is Frieren, and I don't really think we need to cover it because there's nothing here to really like talk.
Frieren's a very basic, simple setup. It's not like super complicated.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely not.
It doesn't really
episodic adventure format. We head off to a new location, find they have some problem, tips. But that's usually in between these long arcs where they stop dead in their tracks to deal with some big threat. And the most popular thing for the party to fight in this show, by far, are demons. Leftovers from the Demon King's army who kind of roam the land and cause problems. And who Frieren just loves killing.
You want to pause? Or I was gonna say pause. So the concept that like, oh, they're demons. And I'm like, well, if you take the natural Western viewpoint of demons, yes, that's the natural enemy of humankind, humanity. Like, if they're set up as bad guys, which they are in the series, would it not be natural for them to be I don't know, the bad guys.
Yeah. Well, here's another thing is this right here, like already shows he fundamentally missed certain points. Frieren loves killing demons. No, whether you mean that as a joke or not, there's not a whole lot of this isn't a comedy video. So you can try and play this off as a joke, but I'm gonna say I don't think it is.
Yeah.
And that's just an excuse to get out of it. He's here saying Frieren loves killing demons because she does it a lot. No, she understands that demons cannot be trusted to try and coexist with humans because of their nature.
Would she have to actually kill the demons if they weren't actively trying to kill her?
She probably would not have to kill the demons if they weren't actively trying to kill everything.
Yeah, well, it's like if she never came across demons, she would never be killing demons. There's a simple solution to that. And if they show up and she knows the nature of them because she's been around for a few, millennia, centuries, bazillion years, however long she's been alive, she's been around for a while. And in the entirety of that time period, there's never been the opposite of what the demons actively behave as. So she's not exactly coming to this like a newborn, being like, "Oh, what's this? Oh my God, she's trying to kill me!" And then starts killing them. Like,
she's watched thousands of years of demons consistently just murdering people, trying to like hell. Her whole origin story is demons killed her entire village, and she was the only survivor.
Yeah, and I'm wondering because there was I don't remember the name of the anime, but there was this one where it's an anime where the demon lord's actually a woman. And a very busty, attractive redhead woman, and she wears horns as like an accessory. She puts them on to look bad and evil, but she gets the hero to fall in love with her, and then they basically turn on the church, who was basically trying to exterminate all demons indiscriminately, despite the demons not wanting war and everything. Like the demons weren't the bad guys; they looked like monsters, or they even had human appearances, but they had no desire to do anything, and they were actively going out of their way to disprove the demon thing, but the church was trying to push that propaganda so hard. So in that situation, he might have a point, but in this situation, he's got nothing to stand on, and I don't know why he would make this argument.
He'll sort of get into it way later in the video. Like he basically goes through this whole thing about how the text lays out that demons are this or that, and then tries to make the argument that arguments based on text don't actually apply to what he's saying, even though he completely misinterprets certain things. And we'll continue on. The reason I wanted to pause it here was because he specifically said Frieren loves killing demons, and you can go to any panel where she's fighting a demon in this series, and there is no expression of emotion whatsoever. And Frieren does show emotion. I mean, you see her happy, sad, and all those things throughout the series. Never happy to be killing a demon. Gee.
Well, she's very dispassionate, is what I would say. Like she doesn't fall for things because she doesn't fall for the emotional pleas of somebody who's basically mocking you with emotion, because the humans fall for it. She doesn't fall for it. And so she's not exuding passion. She's not exuding anger. She's practically a Jedi at this point. And she's just like, you are to be removed because you are evil. You're not attempting to change. You are in fact evil. And
not I'm just assuming that, even if they aren't evil, they are you can consider them to some extent amoral, because they just don't view killing as
they don't
evil or
recognize morality. Period.
It's in their nature to just kill humans.
Well, yeah, they don't acknowledge morality. If they don't acknowledge morality, they can't do good or evil. But I'm assuming he's going to bring up the little girl demon. Is he going to do that? Or okay, because that literally kills his argument.
Again, he word salads himself into a position where he can kind of straw man anything he wants and like claim that his argument is this or that. Effectively, like trying to make sense of it is he believes that Frieren itself contradicts itself in theme and what it shows, and that the demons are given all of these elements that make them seem like they could be human or redeemed or whatever, and then it just treats them like sociopathic killing machines.
So he's arguing in favor of actors being human, is what he's saying, because actors always portray humans like they're actual humans.
Look, the more I think about his argument, the more and more like retarded it sounds to me.
Well, yeah, because when you have a poorly constructed argument, that's because here's the thing. What he's doing right now is poisoning the well. He's setting up the audience that he's presenting to that Frieren actively enjoys going after demons and slaughtering them. Well, no, she doesn't. You're misinforming your own audience and poisoning the well against the actual evidence that we see in the anime. So you're already starting off disingenuous. Now, some people do this as a form of flair, like, oh, like they hypothetically boost the excitement about a particular word or something to get people on the hype train, be like, oh yeah, I know what you mean, I know what you mean. But when you're making an argument against somebody, you don't want to do that, because then you're strawmanning their argument. But he's not arguing against somebody who's arguing something else. He's arguing against something that doesn't have an argument other than its existence. I would argue he's arguing in favor of genocide against Frieren. But that is another story.
Okay, let's continue on, because there are more things that I will eventually...
Like, a lot. Like, maybe the most important thing about her, besides being an elf, is that she loves killing demons.
You'll pause real quick. Look at her face. That's her face like 9 times out of 10. And you're like, she's always excited to kill demons. I'm like, she's not excited about like anything. What are you talking about?
The most important fact about her is that she loves killing demons. This is how you know that this guy like fundamentally misinterpreted this series, because if Frieren didn't have to fight the demons, she wouldn't. And she legitimately wouldn't.
And if you didn't have a bad guy that she has an intense, I would assume, hatred of some sort. She doesn't have to be passionate about it, but she could have an intense hatred for a people group. I wouldn't even call them people group. A group of beings that attacked and destroyed her entire village, slaughtered her family, and is the reason her species is almost extinct. I think if she's like, yeah, I've not been fooled like all the humans have, because the humans are consistently always being fooled. Well, yeah. I mean, she's going to just be like, I'm trying to remember a single scene where she's like been overtly joyful about like anything. Like, I've seen her smile, and she'll smile in very small instances, but it's always between her and her companions about something that her and her companions are doing. But I mean, she gets stuck in a freaking mimic chest. She doesn't even make a passionate anything. She just is non-emotional the entire time. She just gets stuck and is like, let me out, like a toddler in a toy
He's
chest.
mistaking the fact that she's dedicated to destroying entities that are dangerous to the world, because here's the thing. He's going to get to El Dorado, which will come out next season of Frieren. So if anyone here doesn't want spoilers, you can bow out at that point. He puts a huge marker in his video at that point. But El Dorado is the like entire story of how like demon coexistence doesn't work. So it's not that she enjoys killing demons. It's that she knows that there's no other choice but to exterminate them, because they will exterminate every other mortal race in the world if they're left unchecked. It's not just humans. They will kill elves, dwarves, humans, everyone.
I would like to point out for what Rolando said. He says he only thinks he's right because no one is there to disagree with him. Well, I mean, I'd say that's most people, but he's doing this actively not with somebody of an opposing side because they would disagree with him, and then it would make him look foolish. So,
well, more than that, I have never had an interaction with this guy, and he's blocked me on Twitter.
Well, I doubt he's blocked me because nobody knows who I am on Twitter. But I would say that I feel like I can make a better argument than him, and I have arguably the bare minimum knowledge of the series. Like, I understand story beats, I understand structure, character development, growth, all that jazz. I understand how things are put together. I don't always like what I see when I watch anime. Like, Fully Cooley is atrocious to me, but that's a different story. But
careful there. I think there might be some people in the chat who really like that series.
Well, they can like it. I'm not saying they can't like it or whatever. I'm saying from a story perspective, it's literally just so chaotic it doesn't make sense in any shape or form. It's random stuff shoved in a blender. But that's a different story. But the point being is that I'm pretty sure I could go up against this guy and just destroy his arguments in just like a verbal dialogue with him, like if doing what you and I are doing now, but instead of us being on the same team, being opposite. Like if you were him, you and I could go at it, and I could probably wipe the floor with him because it doesn't require a whole lot of intelligence to figure out that he's incorrect.
Yes. And there's way more points that I want to make about what he's going to say.
Yes, he is.
Her
afraid of
tragic
poison
backstory is that demons destroyed her village and killed her people, so she's been specially trained to do magic to be able to kill them. And not only has she killed the most demons out of anyone in history, but she has become so famous for this that
Can you
her
pause real quick?
nickname among demons.
Can you confirm for me that she was taught magic explicitly to kill demons?
Um,
Because I don't recall that being part of the story. I remember that she was taken in.
you can kind of infer that, to be honest, because Flom does like teach her like how to trick demons into fighting her, because they will not engage someone who is stronger than them. They have that
Yeah.
like survival instinct to them, where like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm not going to charge in against this elf girl who could absolutely destroy me.
Yeah, I get that part. But I'm saying, like, was it ever like, I'm going to take you in and train you to demolish demons, or is it I will teach you magic? Because I will teach you magic and then adding a bit into it that like relates to demons, because over a long period of time, teaching somebody about everything and then including demons into that is not the same thing as being explicitly designed to kill them.
I think Flom saw the potential in Frieren to actually defeat the Demon King, and that's why she taught her magic. So technically, you can conclude that yes, she was taught to use magic, but that wasn't the entire. She wasn't made into a living like anti-demon weapon. Flom wanted to save this girl and give her the chance to protect herself, pretty much.
But didn't she also teach her? I'm trying to remember. I hope I'm not getting mixed up with a couple, because every single time there's a person with magic, they're always like on this pilgrimage to like learn new spells and stuff. And I'm trying to make sure I'm not mixing these up together, because it's been a while since I've watched the show. I remember the main plot points that we're talking about, but I don't remember the beginnings as much because they all blurred together because it was really slow. But I thought she was also like checking out different places and like learning spells here and there. Am I getting that incorrect?
Her hobby is just to collect spells. Frieren.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't exactly sound like a demon extermination group to me, because
Yeah,
like
and
she's not the Ghostbusters for demons. She's not going actively around as like, who are you gonna call? Frieren. Like,
no,
that's
she didn't even want to join the heroes party to fight the Demon Lord when Himmel invited her.
yeah. She doesn't have an act, like, I mean, she has obviously she has a reason to be a part of it, but she's not actively pursuing it. Even if she was specifically taught to slaughter demons, she's not actively pursuing it. If she was intending to genocide all demons, that would be the one thing she would do, would be to join every party that's going in to fight demons. That's literally what she would be doing.
There we go.
I'm sorry, Muffler Tape, but it's okay to be wrong. But
yeah, but Fully Cooley is another subject altogether. Yeah, it's
and plus,
like right out the gate when I was watching this video, I wanted to stop, but then I basically saw him go on this whole like spiel about how no one's actually making everyone's strawmanning my argument, when he completely misinterprets like half the series trying to make this video. Because as you can see now, confirmation bias.
Well, even what he has posted here, like reading it, obviously Japanese style, so right to left. A mage who made great contributions to humanity's research analysis of Zoltrak. Okay. So countering something that's designed to wipe out everything on the earth. Well, that's a pretty useful thing to have, but you could have human researchers do that without needing to genocide demons, so to speak.
Well, more than that, specifically, you have to put this in context. Zoltrak was a new spell that negated defensive magic at the time.
Yeah.
It was a huge
yeah.
problem for like human mages.
Yeah.
And being able to analyze it, they upgraded defensive magic to the point where Zoltrak was just a normal spell that anyone could deflect.
Yeah, but also the second part, and sent more demons to the grave than anyone in history. How many elves are there?
Not many. I think you've only seen
how many
two other elves in this whole series.
How many beings? And I don't even know if they have the magical aspects to them beyond like probably basic elvish magic. But like none, I don't think any of them are trained by a high tier mage of some sort. But if she's the only one of a very small number of individuals who can live long enough to actually build a literal body count, not a sexual body count, a literal body count of demons, then obviously she's eventually going to have sent more demons to the grave than anyone in history because she's lived longer than everyone else in history.
Well, and here's the thing: is we remember we met Croft in the first season, the other elf guy, the monk.
Yeah.
Nobody remembers who he is, but he has statues of him all over the world. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Nobody else in history? Well, guess what? A lot of history has been forgotten.
Well, see, the caveat should have been anyone in known history. Because whether or not she actually has the highest demon body count in the entirety of history, known history or otherwise, and whether somebody else has more is completely irrelevant to the fact that if she goes wrong and just minding her own business, going to buy bread at the store and a demon attacks and she kills it, she didn't actively go out of her way to do it. She didn't have to include a gleeful emotion in the process. She could literally just be like, bad person doing bad things, stop bad person, oh no, genocide is what this guy's gonna scream.
So as far as this goes, should I watch Frieren before watching I don't think there are going to be I don't think spoilers ruin the experience. Just my personal opinion. There aren't any huge reveals like Attack on Titan or anything where you learn who the Titan shifters are. It's not going to be anything like that. Okay.
I mean, it's gonna be mostly your personal opinion. If you're not gonna watch Frieren for a while, you'll probably forget all these points before we get there, before you ever actually get to watch it. So it won't be that big of a deal. If you're planning on watching it like right after the stream, maybe, but you're not going to hear about this stuff until later.
Again, Frieren is not a deeply complex story. You could literally go right after the stream and start it. I don't think it would ruin the experience. I think actually having some understanding of the themes and stuff going into it would make it even more fun because you'll notice a lot of the things that they're trying to do with the story.
Yeah, if you forget stuff really quick, this won't bother you at all. It's very I don't want to say Frieren's predictable, but it's not very, it's the writing's not, like he said, it's pretty simple. It's not complicated in they're trying to subvert your expectations. What they're trying to do is they're trying to reveal things at specific points. And if you're trying to reveal certain things at certain points, you're not going to be you could call that way ahead, episodes or manga and entire volumes ahead of time, and just be like, I think this is what's going to happen. And you probably won't be. So, I mean, either way, you're not going to be if you watch the anime, are you getting spoiled for the manga? Well, no, because the manga is probably going to have more content in it, whatever. But what we're talking about isn't the entirety of it. We're just kind of pointing out that, there's certain individuals, certain characters, but we're more looking at the morality question than we are looking at the specific story details, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's that, but I also like pointing out the fact that this guy is fundamentally misinterpreting all of this stuff. I'm going to keep going back to that because it's something he keeps doing.
Is Frieren the Slayer, which, if you didn't know, is the Japanese title of the show.
Pause it real quick. The demon who comes out and says, Frieren the Slayer. And you're like, wait. You're referring to her as a slayer because she's killed more demons, allegedly, than anybody else in history. And he's taking the demon's side. That's like saying, well, the allies were called, Nazi slayers by the Germans. I'm going to side with the Nazis on this one. What a world to live in. Oh my gosh. But the thing is that the series is called Frieren Beyond's Journey End, and maybe I don't know if the other version is Frieren the Slayer or whatever.
The Japanese title is legitimately no Frieren the Slayer.
Well, it says at the top it could be Frieren at the Funeral and Frieren the Slayer. So he immediately just picks the one he wants to agree with and says that's the name of it. And I'm
I did not notice that.
Because it means it can both mean to bury or send off. I feel like it would fit the series better to be Frieren at the Funeral or to bury, send off rather than kill or end, because she loses so many people.
That's almost like a pun, even. It plays in well to this whole thing, right?
Well,
considering the double name there, it's a great writing detail, honestly.
But if you're going to have two options, you give two opinions. You give one on the first one, and you're going to give one on the other one, and saying, I lean more towards this because of X, Y, and Z than I do this. He doesn't do that. He just jumps straight to it. It literally says Frieren the Slayer. And then it's like, oh, by the way, caveat at the very top. It's like, but it makes more logical sense. And I'm a pretty much a noob comparative to you and anybody else who's like super into Frieren. Like I've watched, was it 2 seasons?
It was 1 season, 2
1
cours.
season. 2 what?
2 cours, which is basically just 12 episodes.
Okay.
They do it in halves like that.
Okay. So I watched all of Frieren, and I'm not like super deep into it or anything, but I could pick up that she loses a lot of friends. She lost what I would presume is the love of her life, the Himmel, or is it Himmel the human or whatever?
Technically, yes. She doesn't even realize he.
Well, she doesn't
like,
realize love or
yeah,
anything in that time period, but like she cares about him so much, and she's constantly thinking about him after he's gone, and she's constantly seeing her friends go off and die, and she's outlasting everybody. So being Frieren at the funeral makes so much more sense than Frieren the Slayer, because the whole purpose of the entire thing is to explain how she experiences time and how much time flies and how much she loses in this process.
Yes.
So that makes more sense, because the entire series she's out timing everybody, and only a small portion of the series is she actually killing any demons. Like, giving the benefit of the doubt is a much better look in that regard. And I had arguments about this with the War of the Rohirrim anime stuff coming up, and people arguing with me in the comments about it. And I'm sorry, I've run out of goodwill and benefit of the doubt for these people, because they've constantly said in interviews, they've constantly done things to build up and give me reasons not to believe them. I don't have any of that with Frieren. Frieren has not given us that viewpoint. So why would I automatically assume Frieren the Slayer is the name just because a demon says it? And of course the demon's going to say that, because doesn't humanity have a specific title for the guy who killed or who created the Zoltrak or whatever? Wasn't he like a specific name? Like he had his name, and it was like the demon general or whatever.
That was technically like just his position in the demon army. He was one of like the 8 sages of destruction.
Okay, that's just a title, just like Frieren the Slayer.
Yeah, it's just a title from the perspective of, well, the demons.
Yeah, and you're just like, okay, well, just calling somebody Frieren the Slayer is like, okay, I'm the general of whatever. It's like, okay, and just because you're general doesn't mean you're gonna win. Like, that's not how that works. But yeah. And oh yeah, Rolando's like, the Nazis called the Allies the enemy. That's how you know the Allies were bad. That's like, yes, that's literally how this is. You're saying we know Frieren's the genocidal maniac because the demon said she was the genocidal maniac.
The Mujahideen call us infidels. We must be bad.
He literally didn't think before he spoke. That's just not that. Anyway, can you continue? Sorry.
So this show is at least partially named after this girl's love of killing demons.
It's not partially. It's possibly interpreted as, not partially. Partially implies it's both. It's not necessarily both. That's not how that works.
I'm so glad I brought you on, because you're noticing these things that I even skipped over.
I'm a freaking pedantic, weaponized autism incarnate. This is not going to just be like, by the way, he's saying something and it totally makes sense. No. I take this as every frame of pause very literally.
Yes. Good.
Pause. I'll pause you if it doesn't make sense. Sorry.
Are shown to be pure evil. They created an army that nearly took over the world after all. They destroyed the villages of seemingly half the characters we meet and wiped out nearly 1/3 of humanity. They're the main,
but they're the good guys. They wiped out 1/3 of humanity, but they're the good guys. Guys, don't worry. It's morally wrong to kill them.
Stand your ground, advocate. Enough said. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, yes, but there's people on the left who would argue that means you're the enemy, because you advocate.
I must be the enemy if someone thinks I'm the enemy.
Clearly, that's
I must be evil.
This guy's literal thought process is so simple as somebody told me to think this, therefore I should think this. And it just happens to be the bad guys in the story. Is like, that's not a great look, guy.
Of this story. They're fantasy villains undeserving of any sympathy, who we're told should be killed without mercy.
Checks out.
Yeah, because whenever they show up, they fuck shit up.
Well, not even that. Name one time the demons show up and do not ultimately cause destruction.
Exactly.
I mean, if the demons had a settlement and they all came to an area, they showed actual signs of morality, they showed signs of personhood, because you're not a person just because you're a being. Like, they don't have any concept of morality. How can they be considered a person? They're the same essentially as an animal.
He's actually going to argue that they have a sense of morality here in the future.
They don't, though.
So we'll get into that when we get there.
They actively do not have a sense of morality. That's literally the part of the story that we learn. Like, how much of this do you have to actively ignore to just make your point as bad as it possibly can be and think you're making a good argument? I don't understand that.
Oh, you'll see how much he has to actively ignore.
Oh my.
Or, well, we're told that demons in Frieren are very strange creatures, though, right off the bat, because there is no like evil god or dark magic that really created them, like in most fantasy settings.
Pause. Okay. I can't believe I have to say this. When you create a story as a creator of a world that you use world building in, you are not required to have an evil god, evil deity, or anything of that nature to have bad people in it.
Okay, let's go with a show I don't even really care much
required.
for. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure did not need a god or anything to make Dio fucking evil. Even before he was a vampire, he was fucking evil.
But I don't know anything about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure because it never really appealed to me. But I know a little bit about it. But any story does not require hierarchy of evil. Like, let's assume, for example, I'm going to use Lord of the Rings and Tolkien's work as an example. Let's assume Morgoth, didn't exist the way he does. Sauron doesn't exist the way he does. But people went off on their own out of anger, out of spite, whatever basic instinct that they had, and then just goes off and begins to commit atrocities willingly. And through the process, whether it might be through like a magical ring or something, the same process that Gollum goes through, where he goes from being a normal flobbit all the way to Gollum. They have an actual physical transformation and they turned into orcs naturally. You don't need a hierarchy for that. It just means that they went off, did so many evil things. They consumed what they should not have consumed, like human flesh and whatnot, or elven flesh. And then they just devolved into this monstrosity. They became monsters. You don't need a god. You don't need a deity. You don't need anything to excuse the reason you are the way you are. You can literally just be evil, which is what the demons are. They're literally just evil. It's not complicated. You can find tons of fantasy settings where this is the case. You can also find tons where they have gods or hierarchies, deities, or whatever the case. It's all the matter of the preference of the author. So if the author of Frieren comes out and says, I just want this to be the case, then that's the case. It's that simple. Like it, don't like it. It's completely irrelevant to the point that it actually exists that way. I don't get it. Go ahead, sir.
They seemingly don't have any connection to divinity at all. They're just a species of creature, same as everything else. And it's even revealed that they're a product of evolution. So the name demon is really the only connection they have to like biblical demons. They are monsters.
Pause real quick.
I mean, other than the killing, the deception, we're going to appeal to all like the good parts of you to try and manipulate you. Yeah, no connection to demons whatsoever.
This is like a solid case of westernized modern audience, because in Japan, demon means different than what it means in the West. We see demonic stuff as what would be biblical Christianity or something. Like, that's the mythos that we have accrued over the human history from what the West understands things. But Japan, it's just a being, and some of them are good, some of them are bad. But you can, like, demons, a very broad term. It could mean it could be a god that's good.
Sometimes
or
it's even like a mistranslation. One of the things I've noticed is ReZero mistranslates it to demons, or at least it seems that way, because you go to the novels and like it translates to Oni, which is actually more like ogre.
Well, that's the thing
So-
is like if the world building says like the one I mentioned earlier with the female demon lord and the hero that falls in love with her and everything, and they try to change the stereotype. The world building demands that you follow what is actually reality, not what the church's propaganda is. That's what it's telling you to do. The world building is telling you to do that. This guy would not understand that. He'd side with the church 100% of the time because he will believe whatever they say because that's his Western mindset.
No, he won't side with the church because it's a church.
Well, he'd have to side with the church to hold this argument. But my point being is that if you are, in fact, going to go in and say, well, they call them demons, and he tries to go to the etymology of like how the word came into being. He's not even talking about how the word is like came into being, its origin, how it's used in Japan, because this is a Japanese property. It's going to have Japanese meanings to it. You can't just apply Western modern audience mindset to it. So these guys could be called demons because in the world building, the demons term is used like the West is, or it's used in the term the Japanese use in the East, and it has a different connotation. As far as I can tell, it's used in the style of the West, much like how they love to use Germans and English people in a lot of the animes. It's just they have a fascination with the West. It seems to be that case in the term for demon, but they're also using something that they have clearly identified. Not questionably. It's not like, oh, well, we call them demons because of propaganda. It's they've always behaved. Like entire city gets wiped out. They must be angels. Like you don't see that happening. That's not how it works. Did you?
Vague classification in the story that basically just serves as a catch-all for anything you're not supposed to feel bad about killing. Dragons, mimics, big fucking wolf things. They're all.
Do you want to point out a common theme with all of these, dude? Maybe the fact that they kill people?
Well, mimics always apparently seem to fail at that because Frieren survives them all easily. Like they're more like child.
I guarantee you she has a spell that protects her from mimics, okay?
Because I'm just saying that like the mimic's going chomp, 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 and she's just going, help me, like nothing's happening.
No. My headcanon is she just always has a spell that protects her from mimics because she has oddball shit like that. But
like,
here's the thing. He chooses a dragon, which let's go with the series, okay? That a dragon, the time it shows up, guess what? It almost destroyed an entire town, if not for Stark. That giant wolf, it's a huge problem. They're avoiding it because it's a killing machine.
But here's the
mimics,
thing.
They are predatory. They mimic things that humans want to lure them in. And guess what? Demons
are mimics, essentially. I mean, well, if you think about it, the demons that show up at the town are essentially mimics. They design themselves to be human to enter in. Like the first demon we see doesn't look human. It's the Zaltrak guy. Like he doesn't look human in the slightest. He's humanoid, but he's not human. And then later on, they're like, we're going to, infiltrate through diplomacy because we've learned, because you can learn without being moral. They're not the same thing. So they do these things just like a mimic would, but I would argue the mimic chest is more moral than the demons, because at least the mimic just has an instinct naturally. It's not actively trying to deceive people. Like it's not sitting there going, ooh, I'm gonna get that guy down the street. He's gonna come over here. I'm gonna turn into this little treasure chest, and I'm gonna eat him. It's gonna just be like mimics, as far as I'm aware, most of the time just inherently become treasure chests because usually it's the dungeon that causes them to be so. In most animes, the dungeon's what controls what the things are. So if that's the case, most of the time mimics are treasure chests because that's what the dungeon realizes is going to happen. But they don't have super intelligence or anything. They're literally just idiots that turn into things because they recognize. Maybe they have a magical connection to people. They can sense a person in the area and say, oh, this person desires gold and gems, so I'm going to turn into this thing. Not because they're going to just be sneaky about it, but because that's the best way for them to eat. That's it. And to some extent, that's what the demons do, but the demons take a step further by trying to utilize intelligence rather than just an inherent instinct. But so also, I'd like to point out that dragons that don't attack typically aren't attacked unless there's a false rumor spread. Like a good dragon usually gets heaps of praise on them. Usually they get sent gifts. Usually they get sent lots of good things. Wolves that don't attack and kill and slaughter a whole bunch of people usually are praised as a deity in the local shrine. Like these are not things that these are doing. These are actively harming individuals aggressively, not defensively.
Yeah, no, and like I just want to point out, like this is a very disingenuous argument because he says it's a broad catch-all for anything you're not supposed to feel bad about killing, and he brings up like animals and dangerous things and like things that are legitimately destructive across the series, things that can legitimately do damage. There is a reason why you would want to hunt and kill them because they could be a problem for any civilized area. So it's not just a catch-all for like, oh, well, you shouldn't feel bad for killing it. No, it's a catch-all for dangerous entities that can kill lots of people if not handled correctly.
Yeah, because any pest that is left unchecked will continue to pest everything.
Yes.
That's why it's called a pestilence.
Mm-hmm. Monster just happens to be a category of pest that is particularly dangerous.
He's making a category error because he's trying to imply that demons are the same as these other natural instinct beasts. Now, if something shows more than natural instinct and it has like actual signs of intelligence, it moves to a different category, but it doesn't necessarily leave monster category, but it does leave basic bare bones natural instinct category and moves up to intelligent category. Demons are in the intelligent category because they're actively using intelligence to perform what they want, their goals.
Yeah. Hell, even the dragons to some extent do show some intelligence in this because well, like I said with the Stark incident, it sort of recognized that it couldn't fight Stark and win and just sort of fucked off.
I mean, yeah. If it's like, well, this could be bad, I'm gonna go somewhere else and do something that will actually benefit me rather than here and potentially die. Like level 1. But even a basic intelligence or like a basic instinctual rather than intelligence can recognize that. Like that's why you see like wolves, if you kill like 1 or 2 and you're not even slightly injured and you're still outnumbered and you're just sitting there like, come on. And then they're like, on second thought, we should leave because it's survival instinct. It's not intelligence. Some intelligence will be like survival, like intelligently process everything. Okay, I should leave because like Goblin Slayer. If you know the Goblin Slayer is walking in the hall and you're a goblin, instinct says charge because you're just a goblin. That's what you do. But if you're intelligent instinct, you're going, I should probably hide until he passes and then prey on somebody else who's less likely to kill me. That's what an intelligent being would do. So when some of these things just do and instinctually expect things, like when I say intelligent, I'm thinking this guy's like talking. He's like, you will not defeat me. And then he's like, oh crap, on second
capable of reason.
Yes. Well, I mean, to be some extent, some instinct can have reason behind it, but we don't know much about it because it's like trying to expect reason from a creature that we can't speak to or communicate with. We don't know what level of reason they are, but we do know that they don't have morality. So it's presumed they don't have the capacity to reason. Now they can balance their survival versus what they want to do at the time. Like the wolves want to surround a lamb to eat it, but if that lamb has a ginormous direwolf guard dog thing, they probably don't want to go after it because they're probably not their odds of success are much smaller then. So they have to balance these things. That's instinctual. It doesn't require reason per se. But completely like non-reasonables, like the ones who are just they're practically ghouls. All they do is attack regardless of what the effect and the outcome might be. So I don't think that's the same one. But Rolando, I know that Goblin Slayer is too autistic to leave a goblin alive. I'm saying if a goblin flees the Goblin Slayer and doesn't get killed by him, he has a higher chance of survival against the next adventure rather than the Goblin Slayer. That's my point.
Hey, Readout Productions.
Yeah, right.
Sorry. I know most of the people who have shown. All right, well,
shocking. People who like you and are friends of yours come to show your streams.
Right?
Who would have thought?
No. Hark, the manga / anime that makes demons. Demons. Exactly.
Well, it doesn't leave room for demons to be debated. It just says this is the world building. Take it or leave it.
Yeah.
That's literally it. He's making it seem like there's this big argument in the world of anime and manga saying like, well, the mangaka didn't really mean demons when he said demons. No, he meant demons because he took the Western influence and ran with it. That's it. That's literally it.
Mhm.
I don't even know the mangaka, and I can figure that out.
Shall we continue now?
Yes, we shall continue.
Monsters, which in the world of Frieren means they're evil, and they dissolve into mana upon death. It's this very video gamey way of basically telling the audience, don't worry about it, and allows the
Pause.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
This is very common in a whole bunch of anime. Like, is it wrong to try to pick up a girl in a dungeon or girls in a dungeon? Has this exact same mechanic. They dissolve and they pop up a little magical item.
Mhm.
Okay. But then we also learn, and spoilers to anybody who has not seen that series or is actively watching it, there's also monsters who are of a higher intelligence who are not actively trying to kill everything that comes near them. They're just trying to survive. They're not evil, despite all the non-intelligent monsters being evil.
And again, I think he's equating dangerous with evil, because I wouldn't call a dragon evil. I wouldn't call a wolf evil, and I wouldn't call a mimic evil. I would call them dangerous.
Yes. The only way you can be evil is if you actively make a choice to do so. Now, the reason they're called evil, as in demons, isn't because the demons themselves have called themselves evil. It's because those who have the capacity to do moral reasoning have deemed them evil because they actively do things that are defined by evil. That's literally it.
Yeah.
But I don't know why,
The
you know why
author-
demons turn into particles of mana when they disappear and die. It's like, well, one, because they're not human.
Yeah, they're not human, and they're probably like heavily magical creatures that, again, they live longer and they focus entirely on their magic power. They're probably heavily linked to some sort of magical mutation, right? You want to think about like the evolution of Frieren's creatures that they do talk about in El Dorado. That you can reason that out, okay? It's not a video gamey thing. It's just a part of the world where like there are animals and then there are monsters, and you can generally assume that monsters are creatures whose bodies decompose into mana for some sort of reason attributed to their like mutations and their more aggressive and dangerous nature.
I want to push back for just a second, but before we do that, in Frieren, is the origin of demons explained? The manga?
The closest we get is divergent evolution, effectively.
So they kind of
That
splintered off.
No, they compare it to like a shark and an orca, pretty much. They behave the same, but they're completely different species, completely different kinds of animals.
Okay, so they're just an unfortunate existence as another species, basically.
Yes.
Okay, there's that. I want to push back because animals. So, for example, an animal can do a lot of damage, and an animal can be very, very dangerous, kind of like Rolando says. But in terms of monster, you can have monsters that are just like animals. Like a rabid dog isn't evil, it's just dangerous in the time it has rabies. That can be the same for monsters. A monster is notoriously known as something that is a natural. So like it's a conglomeration of parts and pieces put together by a god, goddess, whatever the case might be in anime, and it just doesn't look the same as what the natural is. So if they're not the same, you could have monsters like a dragon could be a monster that is a moral being. It could be a benevolent. It could be not benevolent, but it's still a monster regardless. It's not a form of nature. Like wolves would be natural.
Mhm.
We would know like wasps, whether they be giant or tiny, would be natural. But if you have something that's not normal, aka giant wasps, they're seen as monsters because that's not natural. So a monster would be something like something I can't explain with what the common audience is going to understand. We describe them as monsters. So like lizard men were counted as monsters because they're not lizard men. So I will say that just because you are a monster does not inherently mean you're evil, aggressive, or any of the other things. It just
Yeah,
means you're different
that's what I'm saying.
as a description.
Is like he equates like dangerous entities, because everything that's labeled a monster in Frieren so far has been pretty much like a dangerous entity of some kind.
Yeah, but if it's a dangerous
But he
entity,
equates that with it being evil and okay to slaughter rather than just, well, we need to kill this thing because it's going to kill other people. Let me pose this question to you. If you left a dangerous creature to run around and kill other people, wouldn't that make you the evil person because you actively ignored doing something that could save someone's life?
Oh, this is one I've responded to many a times every time I talk about Marvel and DC. And so, okay, I'll give the quick rundown since it's a very long, arduous process. Every time a hero in an anime and manga, since that's probably what most of the audience is familiar with, anytime a hero does not end the villain, and the villain comes back and butchers more people, is the hero accountable for those deaths? The answer is yes. Because every time the hero does the quote-unquote heroic, and I say quote-unquote heroic because heroism is not what modern heroism is. Heroism was more notoriously understood by the Greeks as a person who overcomes an obstacle. That's, yes, Grey Pilgrim. That's exactly what my original point was, because every time Batman puts Joker in the prison and he comes out and gasses a whole neighborhood again, well, guess what? That's on Batman.
Yeah,
every single time.
As much as I love Batman, I think the no-kill rule is absolutely illogical.
Well, he's like, it'll turn me into a murder machine. I'm like, well, yes, because bad people need to be murdered. Well, you can't really murder a bad person because they're not innocent. You can only murder an innocent. You can't murder a person who's guilty. And if the system you're putting them into is going to spit them back out to do more harm to somebody, that's not going to do it. A hero isn't somebody who just does the right thing. That's a misnomer. That's a modern myth of what a hero is. Heroism by the Greeks was somebody who overcomes, like Homer in the Iliad. Like, the entire concept is that Odysseus and his crew and stuff are overcoming obstacle after obstacle, trying to get home. They're heroes because they overcome an obstacle. Jason and the Argonauts, the whole Troy thing, all that jazz. Like, everything was all about, they're a hero, not because Achilles is a nice guy, but because Achilles overcame these other more difficult things, and that's what he became a hero status for. So if you're overcoming a thing, like random obstacles, a bad guy, like let's say there's an anime with a dragon that defeats the hero, now the dragon's technically a hero because the dragon overcame a tough obstacle. Like, that's how heroism is supposed to be designed. But for whatever, yes, Punisher is the way to go. Punisher is one of my favorites. Yes, I'm kind of a simp, but it's the same point, is that the Punisher is like, I would rather have my hands dirty than more people die. Batman's too good for that for some reason, because he's like, I don't want to become the thing that killed my parents, or whatever nonsense people come up with for his origin story. It's like, reality is that every time you don't stop somebody, like let's say there's what was it? I think it was, I'm trying to remember. There's a military show on like Amazon or something, and maybe it was just a regular movie I watched, where basically this kid comes out with an RPG in like Iran or Iraq or whatever. I think it's Iraq. And he pulls out an RPG to shoot at some US soldiers. The sniper doesn't want to shoot him.
Yeah, that's the story of the American Sniper. That's what it's
American
called.
Sniper? Yeah. So American Sniper with Mark Wahlberg. Is that American? Yeah, it's Mark Wahlberg.
I believe so.
The movie, yeah. So he has to take the shot. He doesn't want to take the shot, but if he doesn't take the shot, the deaths of his fellow soldiers is on him. It's not a position that's to be envied, but it's also a position that's like the parents of that child, or the people influencing that child, are at fault, but you're at fault for the deaths of those people if you do not stop that threat.
Mm-hmm.
And no way you can look at it is going to stop that kid without harming the child, because if you shoot the RPG, it's going to blow up and kill the child. If you shoot the child, it's going to harm the child. So like, there's no win-win situation. It's a lose-win or a win-lose. Like, it's not going to be the ideal outcome, but that's what makes it a difficult decision, and that's what makes it a big impact. I don't know about anything about Punisher going after a guy laid on his gas bill, because he ignores all the small fry criminals and goes after the big criminals. He doesn't care if you have weed and it's illegal. That's not what he's going for.
It's already, we're what, 5 minutes into this, and this guy has just been nothing but illogical statements to try and frame this the way he wants it to.
He's started with poisoning the well, and he's continuing on with the straw man, because he's trying to build this argument that nobody has made. I have not heard anybody, and to be fair, I have not sat around and listened to Frieren apologists talk about Frieren in any shape or form, so I don't know what arguments are being made against him in that regard, except for what you said, Crimson, and maybe what like Muffle said. But in terms of actual facts and reason and logic, he's not building an argument that's sustainable. He's building one that's going to self-defeat itself, or be self-defeating, I should say, not self-defeat itself, self-defeating. And he's going to basically build this argument, try to sell you on the argument, and then the argument's going to collapse. And I haven't even seen the video, so I don't even know what he's going to say. That's just what he's going to do. He's going to do that. Because it's a tried and true tactic by everyone who does this thing.
Yeah, we'll get to this.
You've already seen it. I have.
Clear black and white, as these monsters serve as the fodder enemies we fight week after week. However, even from their introduction, demons are shown to be very different from every other monster we encounter in the story. Most importantly, by being much more intelligent. Dragons are said to be maybe the second most intelligent of the monsters, but they don't really do much to act like it. And things like mimics and beasts are just completely mindless. It is only in demons that we see actual human intelligence, and quite a lot of it. And when we first see demons in the story,
I would argue dragons are historically super intelligent from like every story they've ever been taught. So unless the world that it's in, here's the thing about world building. When you are creating things people are familiar with, whether it be dragons, elves, dwarves, orcs, whatever the case might be. The reason we have to look at orcs in Tolkien's world, different from Dungeons and Dragons or Elder Scrolls, is because the world building explicitly had to tell us that. Because the orcs in Tolkien's world were built a specific way, and that's what everybody else copies off of.
Yeah, so whereas the orcs are sort of a like mutation, or are sort of like a force of evil. I can't really say exactly because I don't know a whole lot about Tolkien. In Tolkien, like you get to like Skyrim and stuff, it's just another race of beings. Yeah. They're technically, the orcs in Skyrim are technically elves, actually.
But the thing
is
that
genetic lineage,
the world itself tells you they're not evil. Inherently. They can still be bandits, they can still do bad things, but they're not inherently evil like orcs from Tolkien. We know in Tolkien's work, dragons are very cunning and very smart and intelligent, and some have the capacity to speak, whether by magic or by open mouth, however you want to say it. Like, we know this is the fact because Tolkien tells us that. But if somebody else comes out with a dragon series, the dragon doesn't talk and the dragon's stupid, you have to show that in the world so we are aware that it's a dumb, unable to speak dragon. Like, you have to tell us that because you're not the original. So we don't know, based off of the original, what you're coming to. But even Tolkien, who wasn't original in a lot of his original things, but in his specific ways he expressed them, he was original. Not in the, like, he wasn't the first dragon, he wasn't the first dwarves, he wasn't the first elves, yada yada. But how he expresses them, he tells you what they are like. Elves are proud, elves live long, orcs are evil because they've been twisted and maneuvered by evil, like Morgoth and Sauron. This is just how they explain things. You go to Skyrim, you don't get told that orcs are trying to murder everything. They might be trying to take territory, they might be making moves, but they'll trade with you, they'll let you join in festivities or whatever the case might be. Like, they're not just inherently raw evil, just instinctually or inherently. So if you're going to just build an argument off of, well, these dragons, like, they're not as intelligent as demons, that dragon could be really intelligent. It could be really intelligent. It's just the world building hasn't expressed to us as of yet whether or not it is. But also, just being intelligent doesn't mean that you're not killable.
Yeah, just being intelligent doesn't mean that you have some sort of moral standing. As we see with the demons in this series, like, they're intelligent, but what moral things have they done throughout this entire series?
By the way, you have a hail in the chat.
Yeah, I see that. Hi, JM. I just
I like to call him out. That's me.
Yeah, we're. I interrupt my own live streams enough, so I was just letting it.
Well, do it. The chat is always right, unless they're wrong.
But yeah, that is a point that I have made. Like, he goes through a couple of things, like, to try and like show that they have some moral standing, but they're fucking awful examples.
He's
And
not making logical depictions. He's making like emotional pleas. Is what he's doing.
Pretty much. Like some of these things appealed to his emotion, and he started thinking too much about it.
They look like humans, therefore they must be humans.
It begged not to be killed. It must have some sort of moral
The
code.
skin changer who literally peels the flesh off of humans and puts it on himself to become that person is a person because he looks like a person. It's like, okay, well, whatever floats your boat.
Oh, God.
Story. You might be surprised to see that they can express emotions and empathy and kindness.
Okay,
They
pause,
can
pause,
speak
pause,
with
pause,
humans.
pause. Express emotions is a bit of a stretch because their face is deadpan the entire time.
Yeah,
Like,
no, and even
look
then,
at their faces. Like, even when he's talking, the only emotion is the fact that his mouth is curled, and that's because he has to actually pronounce. That's literally it. He's not smiling. He's not showing mirth. He's not showing joy. It's like when you see somebody who's like in a book, and they're like, he smiled, but the corner of his eye, or the smile never touched the corner of his eyes because it's never an actual smile. It's a false smile.
And here again, emotion, like they do show emotion at some scenes. Like there are some like scenes of like showing them happy or angry or whatever. But even then, my dog can be happy. He's happy whenever we get home and he's ready to play. He gets excited and he wants to. How does that prove any moral standing? Because the dog will steal my fucking cinnamon roll off the counter if I let him.
To be fair, that's because you didn't properly train the dog.
He won't actually. I'm just making a point.
Are you accusing your beautiful little fluffy companion that trusts you explicitly, and you just throw him under the bus like that?
He's not fluffy. He is definitely not little.
Well, I mean, all puppies are puppies, even
But
if they're
he
not.
is a dog, and all dogs are good boys.
All good boys, yes. Unless they're good girls.
But yeah, like you'll be surprised that they show emotion. You mean I'm supposed to be surprised that the creature meant to use human sentiments and emotion mimics those sentiments and emotions to take advantage of them?
Well, also,
Are you
like,
fucking kidding me?
well, think about it this way. I mean, have you ever played The Witcher 3?
No.
Okay, well, you're missing out. But there are doppelgangers. So doppelgangers just take the appearance of whatever they want to. They can be a halfling, they can be a human, they could be whatever skin color, they could be a dragon, they could be like, they could take on the form of anything. I think, although in some situations, I don't think in The Witcher they can turn into a dragon, but they could take on a general form that they are basically humanoid of. But they can possibly turn into a wolf that talks or whatever, and they can do a whole bunch of different things because they're changelings, they're skin changers. They don't take body parts. They're not the horror skin changers, but they have the ability to morph into different things and be different people. And most of the doppelgangers want to just be part of society and be seen as a human. But they actually make moral decisions and moral choices, and they choose not to do bad things. They choose not to attack people. They choose to benefit themselves and other people because they see that as a beneficial long time. Like there is, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but yes, they are the better versions of mimics. Mimics don't have thought process. Doppelgangers do, but a lot of doppelgangers are bad in most myths. But in Witcher, it's one guy, he literally goes out and starts a business with somebody. He starts a business and is in a partnership with somebody who knows he's a doppelganger, and they make lots of money. It works for everybody involved. And it's like, nobody's like, he's an immoral character. He's evil incarnate. We must slay him. There are people who'd be afraid because they hear of doppelganger and they think that doppelganger includes, some dangerous monster. But the fact is, anybody who's aware of him is like, yeah, he's just a calm dude who wants to just live his life. He wants to benefit himself and others. That's something to be admired. You might call that moral. These guys don't show any of that. They show that they know how to play the part. That's it. They're acting. They're literally actors. They're adult pretenders, as Gary likes to call them.
And quite eloquently, in fact, they seem to be pretty dang human themselves. If you talk to any demon on the street, you would most definitely be fooled into thinking they're a race of sentient being, not a monster. And many people
I like how he just admitted it. He fools you into believing they're like this sentient being, not a monster. And it's like, wait. you just told me that you're understanding. I don't even know what this guy's name is, but yeah, you just told me that like they're actively fooling somebody through deception, not like their presence there. Like if they were to walk in without horns, they were just human that came in like a farmer who wants to sell his goods on the street or whatever. That's not what they're doing. They're actively pursuing deception, not just fooling you in the appearance. Because like, for example, the what is it? There's a whole bunch of fairy tale stories where the king dresses like a peasant and goes amongst his people to see what life is like because he wants to rule better or something. He fools his people, but he's not being immoral because he's not actively decepting them.
He's doing it with good intentions.
Yeah, he's not trying to actively cause harm to his people. So then him going back into his castle and being like, I'm going to make this a law because my people deserve it. Because I care about my people. And obviously it's fantasy. Most kings don't care about their people that much, but and the reality is often disappointing. But in that situation, fooling somebody is not the same as actively deceiving them with intent to harm. Because fooling and deception can be used without intent to harm. It's the same thing with like the non-aggression principle. If these demons were coming in with no aggression intended, they just wanted to actively, like, they don't have emotions, they don't have a moral bone in their body, pun intended. They just come in and they're like, we just want to mutually exist. We're tired of killing you guys. We don't want any of this. We just want to exist or whatever. And they never pursued aggression in any shape or form. He might have an argument, but they don't do that. They actively are aggressors. Same thing as dragons. If dragons stayed in the very far distance, humans would still go after them because they want their scales, their claws, their gems, their eggs, whatever the case might be. But the dragons themselves don't have to be evil for that to be the case. And they wouldn't be evil for defending their own stuff. That's not how that works.
Yes.
So he's making an argument that it's not the same argument I think he's intending to make, which is weird to me, but go ahead.
Because it's a trick. The way demons are explained to work in Frieren is a lot like mimics. This creature that I mentioned they evolved from was apparently something that could replicate human voices and cry for help, getting people to lower their guard to go after it only to kill them. But demons evolved so much from that creature that they are now able to fully replicate humans. They look like humans, aside from the horns in their head. They can act like humans, even expressing complex emotions, and they can speak like humans and understand our language.
What complex emotions have they shown?
He tries to say that they feel empathy for each other at one point, and I'll address that when we get there.
But showing emotion would imply physical emotion, like a smile, anger, sadness. I don't remember any of that. So they're not showing emotion. They may have emotion, but they don't show emotion.
I feel like that might be a bit too pedantic, even for this.
I know I'm not trying to crucify him on this hill or anything. I'm just saying he's already misforming his own words, which happens to everybody. So I'm not going to hold it against him. But I'm saying his argument here is not as strong as he might want it to be, because if you're not going to use words correctly, no one can understand what you mean. So if I'm struggling to understand what he means because I'm thinking he's saying something that he's going to use later on in his argument, but from what I'm understanding him saying, I don't recall any of that. And yes, I am a very pedantic person, so that's on me, I guess. But in this regard, that's why I'm asking for clarification. Does he mean show or does he mean have? Because I think he means have.
I think he means have too.
Okay, so he just misspoke. Okay, that's fine. Whatever.
Service of being able to kill us, all as part of a deception to lower our guard, as we're repeatedly told that demons are actually nothing more than wild beasts, savage monsters who will do anything to satiate their desire to kill. This description of demons as wild beasts is actually one that not only Frieren the character gives, but the demons agree with. I mean, in their introduction, one of them looks into the camera.
Yeah, I don't ever remember her saying wild beasts.
Well, he says like here, and it says savage monsters. Never mentions beasts at all. It just says savage monsters. I'm like, well, monsters are notoriously bad for humans, and I presume elves and dwarves and everybody else. So if that's the case, because the world building presumes monster equals bad, not good, with the one thing of like the dire wolf being the unnatural monster, because like it's just a big wolf. Wolves are natural, so it's not considered a monster unless it has, I guess, magical properties or something like that. I don't remember that wolf very much though. But
I think it has like a magic gem in its forehead, multiple tails. So
Okay, so that's the case. It's a monster, but its basic form would be just that of a wolf. So it's not like it's a bit of a stretch to be like, it's nothing but but a monster. But in the case of like them being savage monsters is different than being wild beasts, because wild beasts act on instinct, not off of reason.
Mm-hmm.
Monsters that act off of reason, like a demon, are more dangerous for obvious reasons.
Yes,
Excuse me. Woo,
you are
what's going on?
excused.
And says, yes, we are wild beasts. We just want to kill humans. Frieren is right about us. And their actions largely align with this, as in pretty much every subsequent encounter we have with them, they are lying or killing humans.
Question for you,
Usually,
Crimson. Do they largely align or do they completely align?
They completely align with this.
Look at that. Look at that. So he's trying to make it seem less than what they are. So she's like, you are these things. They're like, you are correct. And that should be the end of the discussion.
Yeah, no, it
runs with
effectively boils down to Frieren is right, but I don't like that she's right. That is an entire argument.
She's right because she's a bigot, is what it seems like it's going to go to. And I'm just like, but hold on. If you go to somebody and say you're an or you're a monster, not even like you're not even an immoral monster. You're not even able to comprehend morality in your
Well,
own
it's like a crazy person is dangerous, whether they like sometimes like it's not even because they want to be dangerous or whatever. They're just insane. They don't understand what's going on, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the same the same issue. You're not it's not specifically that like they're dangerous. That isn't what makes them immoral. It's like they're fucking choosing this, okay?
Yeah, it's an
Like-
active ability that they're doing. They're not passively just being like, I'm going to fool them without actively thinking about it. I'm going to, wiggle my way into their good graces, and then nothing's going to happen. No, they're like, I'm going to wiggle my way into their good graces, and I'm going to actively do damage to them. But also,
Yes.
Rolando, and to answer the dragon thing, because he says the dragon would have stolen all the loot it has. Not necessarily true. It is possible, but also dragons see shiny things. They don't have any concept of property. They don't run by a rule of government. They say, I see shiny object. I take shiny object because I like shiny object.
Hey, that's me in Minecraft.
I know, right? And it's everybody in Minecraft, shiny object, grab, take, diamonds, gold, yes. But like, if you include the fact that if they were just nestled up on a mountaintop or in a cave or something somewhere with their own dragon whelplings or something, and an adventurer shows up in bright shiny armor, they kill the adventurer, but then they just take their armor that's all shiny and they keep it and hoard it. Another person comes along, repeat process a couple million times. You've got yourself a dragon hoard without actually having to go actively take somebody else's loot. But even if it is somebody else's loot, they're taking because they see shiny and they like it because instinctively they like shiny stuff.
Yes.
At least that's what the mythos tells us. They don't have to have stolen all of it, but it is likely they stole it, but it's not inherently required that they steal it. Anyway.
resulting in Frieren stepping in to live up to her nickname. So the story makes it incredibly clear very early on and tells us over and over again that demons are evil. Monsters that kill and eat people without remorse. Any bit of emotion or empathy they might show is just a part of their deception. So if you see a demon on the street,
is he making the case for us?
Because they're
because he literally just said the plot point that shoots his argument.
The more I listen to this, the more and more I'm just like, what were you even trying to say with this?
Definitely going to kill you. Frieren actually wants to go so far as to eradicate.
Well, yeah, they have caused great harm, have never shown anything else.
Yes, Pilgrim, they eat people. There's actually an arc in season 2 where like a town gets attacked and half of the group who's fighting these demons is staying to protect the bodies, and the demons actually do like a whole run around to try and kill all the people who are protecting the bodies.
To be fair, in Araferta, he eats monsters to survive. So I mean,
it's like Ouroboros.
It's all coming back around. But yes, Rolando, if a dragon takes your stuff, I'm sure you're gonna be pissed. But I would rather be pissed and alive than dead and upset.
Pilgrim, it gets much worse as far as their atrocities. And when we get to like the El Dorado stuff, we'll talk about that.
Personally, I found the girl demon story arc to be the most depressed, or like the most the most off the tilt part of it, because that's worse than any of the other aspects of emotion or something. It's because it legitimately did not understand the moral implications of anything.
Yes.
But it still did stuff. And that to me is like, maybe I would figure out, but again, its intelligence may or may not have been quite to that point yet. But at the time, it's like, okay, it's like I did something bad, didn't I? Because it doesn't even recognize the fact that it did something bad. And thus, well, I'm not going to spoil it for anybody, but the outcome of that happens as the outcome happens. So, I don't know, Rolando, who needs to do what.
But the problem with this is that while the story is telling us they are mindless, immoral killing machines that warrant the protagonist wishing for their destruction, it often shows us something very different. And I'll just go over a few examples. The introduction to demons in the story begins with a...
Rolando, if you'd fight the dragon and end up with some nice leather boots, you're doing exactly what the dragon would do. You found a shiny object and you went after the dragon to get it, just like the dragon found it to come after you. You are no better than a dragon, good sir. You cannot appeal
Maybe
to
we
morality.
Aren't any better than the ants.
Well, I mean, to be fair, ants aren't better.
It's a quote from Hunter x Hunter at the end of the Chimera Ant arc.
Well, I know. I haven't watched Hunter x Hunter yet. It's something I have on my watch list, but I have so many things on my watch list.
Same.
Group that is trying to make peace with the residents of a town that Frieren is visiting. Frieren actually sees them be welcomed into the town and moves to attack them before getting arrested, which is where we get the scene of her calling them wild beasts. And
so that's where he gets it from.
Okay.
Now,
so
our introduction to the demon's trickery, which proves Frieren right, is when during the peace talks, one of the demons is threatened by someone over the death of their son, to which the demon responds by saying they too lost a father, which spares their life. Yet later,
pause. Okay. He's accepting that what the demon said is true. He's blanket just saying, well, he said this, so
no, just let him make his argument, and I'm going to go through specifically why it's absolutely retarded.
Actually, question
demons alone together. One of them asks, "What if?"
You watched Promise Neverland?
I've watched the first season, and I actually have the box set, but I have not read the manga.
Okay, because Rolando's asking if the demons need to eat people like in Neverland.
I don't specifically think they need to. It's kind of like technically a dog can get by not eating meat. It's just not like a good diet for them.
It's like the demons don't eat each other, but I don't think you can eat something that disappears in a poof of magic.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't even know if they even need to eat per se. It's just they do, but we don't know why, as far as I'm aware. Go ahead, sir.
It's like you don't need to eat chocolate, but you want to.
No, I do need to eat chocolate. Dark chocolate.
Father even is, and they don't know. This is very clearly meant to be a reveal for the audience, an almost comically straightforward one. Because again, immediately after this, the demon sits down and tells the audience that they only speak human language to hunt and kill. But at the same time, with that knowledge, this is a scene that completely baffles me. Because why would the other demon even bother to ask this question?
Because it is a mechanical element of the story to help the audience understand what is going on with this. You have taken something that was like a throw. It's like taking the, like, you know, the story about like the line from General Grievous in Revenge of the Sith, where he's like, General Skywalker, I imagined you would be taller, or something like that. And it implies that they never met. It was a throwaway line that wasn't supposed to be thought of too much, because it wasn't supposed to be terribly relevant to the actual story. And you have interpreted meaning out of it because you want to find a way to humanize these characters. He wants to make this point that, well, they demonstrate this curiosity as to what the word father means. Therefore, that shows that they want to understand everything about humans, and that they should be given a chance because they want to understand humans. No,
in reference
this
to
is a mechanical element that you have put meaning to that was never meant to have meaning.
In reference to the General Grievous thing, I always thought that was a line related to the whole Princess Leia talking to Luke. He's like, "Aren't you a bit short for a stormtrooper?" But that's just me. But
that actually is a good point right there.
But that's what I was saying. General Kenobi, you know, all that fun stuff. But in reference to this, I just like, as soon as he says this, I laugh, because the first thing inherently that I understood, and maybe it's just because I'm more intelligent than the average just dumb population, because a large portion of people who consume media are not very intelligent. Sadly, I wish they were more intelligent. They just aren't, because they just consume for the sake of consumption, not because they enjoy stuff or want to enjoy stuff or have good writing or anything. But the first thing I inherently came across for this is they saying, what is a father? Because I need to know this information so I can utilize it in my next tool. Because that's all it is a tool.
Yeah,
it's just me moving in my agenda, because the demons have an agenda. It's to wipe out everything else.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. They have the agenda, but they're learning tactics. It's not like they have a school they go to where they have a human teaching them all this stuff, and then they eat the human afterwards. Like, because that's what they would do if they did have that situation. What they're doing is they're not saying, what is a father? Do I have one? That's not what they're asking. They're asking is, what is a father, so I can utilize that to fool somebody. Mm-hmm. Because that's what they do use it as.
No, and he admits to what I was saying. Like, it is clearly meant to be a reveal for the audience. And then he goes into like the implications that were never meant to be there. Okay. And here's my issue with interpreting fiction. Okay. You can find an interpretation that maybe the author or that maybe isn't quite what the author had originally intended. I don't mind that. But when you have something that directly contradicts like the author's intentions for certain parts of it, you have fundamentally fucked up.
Well, I mean,
like you can make the argument about like how Frieren is like about learning to get along with people or whatever. Well, not that.
I wouldn't make that argument, because that's not how that works.
No, it's.
I think he's not okay. So when you come across potential differences, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but when you come across multiple possibilities, he could come to the conclusion that what he says right here is one of the possible. And if he didn't watch any further than the scene, I would grant him that this is a possible thing you could come up with, right? It's not how it ends up being, but that's how it could be perceived by the audience, possibly. But if you have multiple possibilities, you have to take into account everything that's in the story as of to now. And then when you have multiple branches, you don't just address the one you like, you have to address all of them, or at least the major ones. You don't have to go every minor possibility, but you have to be like, okay, here's 3 big ones. We're going to go over the 1, 2, and 3, and we're going to break it down. And we're going to say, out of these 3, I lean this one because X, Y, and Z. But again, these are other 2 possibilities as well. But he's not doing that. He's ignoring any other possibility and saying the only thing that I could come up with is the correct one. And maybe he came up with more. He just said, I don't like those, therefore they don't exist. I don't know, because I don't know this guy. I think I might have seen one of his videos like a long time ago or something. But yeah, it's this disingenuous versus the genuine, because he's not saying it from the perspective of like, this is how the story is. He's saying the perspective is, this is how I want to see the demons, which is not the same thing.
No, that's what I'm saying. Confirmation bias.
Yeah.
1, this means that demons seemingly don't have their own language and just use human speech to talk to each other, even when humans aren't around. Which,
I mean, I guess you could extrapolate that out of it.
Well,
but I always just assumed that they did have their own language.
Well, yeah, I would assume that they can communicate. That's how they organize, and that's how they organize into an army. Mm-hmm. Into an army. It's not like just one guy goes in front and goes, blah, and everybody goes, blah, and then they all go, blah, and they all go charging in places. Like, they organize. They have armor smiths. They have people who make weapons. They do stuff like a civilization. They have to communicate somehow. Mm-hmm. And when we see the little girl demon thing go on, she speaks human, but she would have spoke something else if she was in a different environment.
Let's assume, even if like they did only speak the human language, right? What of it? It's a non-issue, okay? It's just a creative part of the world, okay? They evolved from something that used human language to manipulate people. Okay, guess what? That would make sense for them to use human language themselves.
Well, you don't even need that to go that far to assume they have a language. They are a beast. Dogs can talk to dogs. Cats can talk to cats. Animals can talk to animals. They have a form of communication with each other, they may learn and adapt to other species in order to communicate and adapt to those species, like humans, does not imply that they can't have any of their own language or anything aside from that. That doesn't make sense. Like, I can just say, okay, you have beings, an animal, or whatever the case might be. One could argue even trees have their own languages, and they do that through groans, like the tree beard method. They make groans and noises, and then they communicate with that. They don't have to speak the common speech in order to do that. They just do, probably because they were taught by elves the common tongue, and then that's how they communicated and whatever. But I would say that's also mostly like Gandalf and anybody else who's familiar with them in that regard. But it's just, it doesn't, you don't just immediately assume there is a being, therefore they have no language. That's just the complete opposite of what I would inherently assume. I would assume they have a language, but they just learned additional languages to be able to communicate with other people. That's where I would run. Like, it doesn't make sense, but go on.
Directly contradicts them telling us there's only one reason they speak like humans. 2.
Again, a non-issue, because the whole reason they evolved that ability was to deceive humans. So you have already misinterpreted something again. Just because there are additional benefits to it, the only reason what he's saying is the only reason we would evolve this ability is to deceive humans.
Yeah. Checks out. You don't need extensive reasoning to come up to the conclusion of, like, why did I learn a language? Like, you can say, okay, Crimson, have you ever wanted to learn Japanese? So you could read original mangas and listen to actual animes and original words and everything.
I have Hyoka up on my shelf because it's not printed in English; it's all in Japanese, and I need to actually like find some proper classes to like.
Well, I'm saying, but like, you have the desire to learn Japanese, right?
Yes.
Okay, you want to do it so you can consume Japanese media or enjoy Japanese culture, right?
Pretty much, and because it would
you don't need any more. You don't need any more reason than that. You just like, I want to learn thing because X. That's literally it. You don't have to have this backstory that encompasses thousands and thousands of years to have that desire. If the demons want to learn the human speech so they can trick them and conquer them as a tactic, because that's what it is. It's a tactic. That they don't need any further in-depth reasoning to do so. He's arguing that they have some more deep reasoning other than the fact that they have use of a tactic. That's literally his point.
He's trying to say it's a contradiction when he is giving it the least beneficial interpretation of all time. That is my huge issue. Because like I said, you can lay out the interpretation that it is, he's talking about why they have the ability in the first place. The only reason that they would develop like that, the ability to use human speech, would be because they want to deceive humans. And he is correct in that. This is not a contradiction to that point. And he does shit like that multiple times across this.
It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. We want to learn the speech to trick them. Okay, that's their reasoning. They don't have to have more reasoning. They could, but it's not required.
My point is, like, he misinterprets what the story is actually saying in this scene. Again, he's giving it the least beneficial or he's giving it the interpretation that benefits his point the most.
Yes, he's not being genuine in all options. He's picking his confirmation bias and running with it.
Yes,
that's literally it.
Language is just a tool used to deceive, and they already picked up what a father was based on context clues well enough to be able to.
All they have to do is hear somebody say father, and they're like, what's a father? And then they go with that. That's like, literally, that's all they have to do, because they don't understand, allegedly, in their context, what a father is, because they don't, as far as I'm aware, they don't procreate like humans. Therefore, they wouldn't have the concept of what a father is.
Well, it's more like they don't raise their children. That is demon culture.
Yeah. So
they have the child and they abandon it.
Yeah.
And then the child is then left to be raised by whoever wants to take them in as their disciple. As you see with Linny and the other guy here, who is basically just a fodder character who doesn't deserve a name. Lugner pretty much
demon number one.
Yes. Lugner pretty much takes them in because he sees value in their capabilities. So much so that he is convinced that Linny can defeat Stark easily. And that's a very important point that we'll get to. So, yeah, again, it's like it's not that they understand what a father is here, because even like the little girl says, why do you say mother? Because it stops you from killing me. Lugner's
Actually funny. Just having flashbacks. I'm having flashbacks from Batman stuff. Save Martha. Why'd you say that name?
That honestly, I always thought that scene was so dumb.
And whether you think it's dumb or not, that's literally what it's saying. It's like, why'd you say that name? Because I thought it would stop you from killing me. It's so simple. It's so silly.
To use it in a conversation, why would they care what it means? The word has already served its purpose. They've already figured out how to use it effectively. To inquire about it further means they have a willingness to understand.
No. The big guy has learned how to use it. The other one wants to learn how to use it. That's the difference. Because if for example, let's say all three of the demons in this situation split off. Well, if Lugner's the only one who knows what a father is because he's had more interactions with people, probably people who begged for their lives or cried for their mommy and daddy before they died, figuring out what a father is, logically speaking, because logic does not require morality inherently. So he could figure out 1 + 1 = 2 and be like, oh, I can use this as a tool. He figures it out. The term is brought up in the presence of somebody who's never heard the term before. They want to learn how to use it as a tool. And then they get split up. And then, she's wandering around the town and she says, I want to buy some bread for my father. And he's like, let me go check in the back. He goes in the back. She follows him in back, eats him, walks out. She uses it as a tool. It's that's all she has to use it for. Well, she doesn't have to actually want to understand it for emotional reasons.
Again, he's applying the only beneficial interpretation that he can find. And like, what is a father? So what he's actually trying to say here is effectively like the author wrote this in and didn't realize what the implications of it were, or maybe they wrote it in.
He knew. It's obvious.
Maybe they wrote it in because it was good for the audience, okay? And wasn't supposed to be thought about this deeply because Frieren is not a deep series. It is very simple, very easy to interpret, and has a very clear message.
Yeah.
It ain't this deep. And you are taking a bunch of nitpicks effectively that you have about certain small little things that you don't like and applying them broadly.
If you want to see, I have a whole series on this on my channel, and if you want to see it, I have a Tolkien series around Tolkien's work and whatnot that the Tolkien Society did. Now, for those of you who don't know anything about the Tolkien Society, I'll make this as brief as possible. The Tolkien Society has been around for a long time, and they're basically just a fan club for Tolkien. So much so that they had Priscilla, I think it's Priscilla Tolkien, which is the granddaughter of, daughter of Tolkien, was part of this club, like as one of the head leaders of it and everything. And they had a thing a couple of years ago, I want to say it was 2020 or 2021, where basically they let people come in, they do seminars and whatnot, and they're like 30 minutes long or whatever. And they basically cover topics. And people would cover topics like, colonization and the white man in Tolkien's work kind of thing is what they did one year. And it was just the whole seminar was as woke as possibly could get because it was all politically and ideologically motivated. So my crew and I decided to do a breakdown of each of these individually. And this is literally what they're doing is they say, well, I see that, like one of the actual titles, and unfortunately it got removed. We couldn't find it on YouTube because it got removed. One of the titles was Gondor in Transition, a trans allegory in Tolkien's work, because Gondor is somehow a allegory for trans people, because that's what a devout Roman Catholic would totally do when he's against trans people. Like, you can't make this stuff up, but they assume that they read into it something, and therefore that's what the author meant.
No, like,
and that's what this guy's doing. It's like, there's an entire series on my channel that does that. So I would assume you probably have a fair amount of videos that do the exact same thing, where somebody presumes the ending the way they want it to, and then argues in favor of it, making up poor arguments.
Yeah, my most popular video is effectively addressing that over ReZero and jobless reincarnation and sort of like breaking down all that stuff.
Yeah.
I've also done it for Frieren, specifically with how people interpret the series. And it's just, God, he wants to make this point about how there's a point at which you read too far into something.
Yeah.
And generally, I try to have like tons of like irrefutable points as to what I believe. So when it comes to Frieren, I say that it's about appreciating the small things because that is literally what the story is saying. You could point to that in the themes of Himmel was not a special person. No one in the heroes party was, okay? The only special people who show up in the series have done nothing with their lives. Everyone who has done something significant in the series was just an ordinary person who just happened to keep doing things, okay? Sayri, the
They
most powerful
progress their
mage,
story plot points.
the Sayri, the most powerful mage to have ever existed in this whole series, universe, right, has never done anything in her life because she's so obsessed with like perfection and the absolute like exceptional that it pretty much has locked her in place.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is
Dismissed
like,
Flam, who was the most influential mage in human history. She dismissed Frieren, who happens to be one of the members of the party that killed the Demon King. And then okay, we can keep going on. I can talk about how like every episode there's always like this reflection on something small, the way they use magic throughout it, like cleaning up the beach. It's an unimportant task, but they do it because they want to, and because Frieren didn't quite get the chance last time she was there, and she wanted to re-experience that. We could talk about Sane's journey with the party.
well,
How he comes in
she
and he's there
also
temporarily, and then he leaves. Why is that? Because it's about appreciating temporary and minute moments in life, things that don't last forever and may not seem particularly special.
Well, what I picked up for like Frieren and the beach thing, and although all the instances like that, is it's not just that, oh, I missed this last time I was here. It was, I missed this. This was an instance of something I should have appreciated the first time around, and I
Yeah,
didn't.
that's my point.
It's that simple. But on the point of reading into things, I can read into a lot of things. At least people presume I read into a lot of things. But I don't read into things without a reason to do so. So like when I read The Wheel of Time or something,
Mhm.
it's a very deep series. It has a lot of deep things. It's not perfect. No one's perfect. There's no perfect author. Tolkien comes really close, but there's no perfect author. And when you get really, really deep stuff, you can be like, well, this thing, this thing, this thing, and this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing, and go on for 10 minutes. All look at this one little thing and make this seem more important than the average person might see on the first read through. And when you do that, you kind of seem crazy to other people. And he probably feels like other people see him as him being crazy, so he's trying to reason it out. The problem is he doesn't have the foundation of evidence, the trail of evidence that leads him to this opinion. He got to the conclusion and then worked backwards and tried to fill in with what he saw, not working this way. They're like, I read this character, and this character had these couple things, and then these couple comments from these people over here that as they passed by also pointed at something of this, so I can make a logical conclusion that this is how this is supposed to be interpreted by the reader. He's not doing that. That's what an evidence person would do. But if somebody comes to me and says, you're looking too much into that, and here's why. If they give valid logical reasoning, I'm not going to be like, no, you're wrong. I'm going to be like, now that you mention it, that does make sense. I hadn't put that one into my argument. I can alter my argument and say, okay, I think this is actually how it was. That's perfectly fine.
Mhm.
He doesn't sound like he wants to be remorseful in the slightest, and he doesn't want to change his idea.
Yeah. And on top of that, he's coming to an interpretation that directly contradicts major explicit themes in the series. He wants to pick out small little details that the author had no intention for and say that this makes them something that they're not, even though they are explicitly shown and said by the author to be what he's claiming they aren't.
Well, it's funny is that
it's making a mountain out of a molehill to confirm a conclusion he already came to.
Well, it's funny because he goes and says, these people who told me exactly what they are, how they're like, and what their purpose is, I'm not going to believe what they're saying, But I'm going to believe everything else they say that says that when they're lying and fooling and disguising and being devious and whatnot. So he believes all the lies, but he doesn't believe any of the truths that they speak, which is ironic because he's literally going out of his way to say, well, see, this shows that they're interested in knowing what a father's like. And it's like, no, it shows that they don't have a concept of one because they don't have a concept of the family unit. They don't have a concept of the moral building that you get from the parents, which in this case, the parents don't even have a moral building because there's no moral anything in the demon culture whatsoever.
Curiosity is not a proof of moral standing because literally anything
or emotion.
Literally anything that lives has curiosity. Like if I bring something new into the house, my dog wants to sniff it because he's curious. That does not mean he's intelligent like a human.
He is intelligent because he's a good boy, but he's not intelligent like a human. Yes.
That's what I mean. He's not intelligent like a human. He's a good boy, and he can be very smart at times, but he's also very dumb because he's a dog at times.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a shoddy proof. Even giving him the best possible interpretation of what he's saying here, it still sucks as a point.
Yep.
In human language beyond just deception and out of genuine curiosity, which also directly contradicts.
What do you mean beyond deception? Nothing implies it's beyond deception. It only implies it's for deception. It's a tool. Language.
Yeah. Honestly, having a better understanding of the language makes you more deceptive.
If I go to Japan, like Johnny Somali, or Korea, like Johnny Somali or something.
Don't get me started on that
with the intention to cause a ruckus. In other words, be just a nut job and do all these crazy things that's going to get me in hot water. And I actively learn things of a language. It does not mean I'm going there with the best intention. It's not because I want to be empathized with or anything. It means I'm using it as a tool to gather clout or whatever the case might be. You don't need to use a tool the same normal way that we all would. Like language is a tool. Like we use English to speak and communicate. It's a tool for us to communicate with. We have words with definitions so we understand what each other are saying. We don't always use it right, but it is the case that that's what it means. And even if you do something minor, like mispronounce a word, people won't understand what you're saying because they're like, I don't know what that word is because you're misinterpreting that word. So if that's the case, well, guess what? The demons are using language as a tool. They are learning what a phrase means, but their entire purpose, which they themselves tell us what it is to come here to deceive and to destroy. That's their purpose. They don't do it for any other reason, and they explicitly tell us that.
Yeah, you have to take all of this out of context in order to make it means what he wants it to mean.
Yeah.
You have to put it in a vacuum in order to get to that conclusion. But once you like add in the fact that like, oh, they're deceivers, they are intelligent. Obviously, if you're intelligent, you're going to recognize that learning what something means or how to use it is going to be more beneficial to you. So understanding what a father is, in Linny's case, benefits her in deceiving humans.
Yeah, because she's a little girl. And everyone looks at little girls and goes, oh, she's a cute, adorable little girl before she eats you. It's a deception tactic and a deception tool. Deception is a tool just like language is a tool. It's what your goal is what is going to define the ultimate.
I want to take
outcome.
a screenshot really quick of this face because that's just perfect.
The smug face?
No, him looking like he's about to drool.
I mean, isn't that what he's been doing this entire time?
I try to refrain from personal insults, but that one's just funny.
I mean,
that face is just funny.
There's a difference between personal insults in place of an argument and personal insults in terms of
a joke.
A joke. Like comedy, you can make fun like, hey, Grizz in your face looks like it's been living underground for the last millennia with the mummies and deserves an upkeep that you have obviously been missing out on for a good long time. By the way, have you considered shaving so you don't look horrendous? Like that would be like a joke. I'm not attacking you because I don't like your argument. Like an ad hominem is when you attack somebody instead of their argument. We're not attacking him instead of his argument. We're attacking him despite his argument, because his stance of intellect it's like you remember the Uncle Iroh quote. Wisdom has always been chasing you, but you've always outrun him. Like it's basically what it's like.
Wisdom has chased you, but unfortunately, you've been faster.
You've always
like
been
that,
faster. Yeah, it's like that's an insult, but you're not doing it because this is their argument, and I don't like your argument. Therefore, I'm going to insult you. It's saying your argument's already out of the question. The way you're acting is childish. That would be considered an ad hominem if the argument was already destroyed. But we already know that his argument's destroyed because he's defeating his own argument. He has done so for the last 10 minutes of his argument.
Let's continue.
Yes.
What the demon tells us. In that same chapter, actually, the big flashback we're given to drive the nail in the coffin that demons are evil begins with a kid demon who killed a child. The hero's party wants to spare the demon, despite Frieren saying to kill it, because the demon begs for its mother. But despite her wishes, they let it live, and after enough time passes that the town takes the demon in, it kills the mayor and offers his child as a replacement, which is a terrible offer, so they get obliterated. Once again, begging for their mother before dying. Frieren asks why it says this when demons don't understand the concept of families, and it replies, because it stops you from killing me. And again, this is a reveal for the audience.
Okay, pause.
It's just...
This does not help his argument.
No, it doesn't.
It literally doesn't help his argument.
It goes to show like how they use language, and it reinforces why they would want to understand what a father is.
Well, it's like, okay, I'm using essentially I could transliterate or change. I could be a modern westernized localizer and say, I used it as a tool to deceive you because it would stop you from killing us. That's literally almost like a translation of the actual terms being used, like what its intent to express with it stops you from killing us is literally it's saying we did this so we could take advantage of you.
Well, let's keep in mind the context of what he's saying here. He's saying that the curiosity over what a father is contradicts this scene where it says that they're only using language as a means of deception. But again, the curiosity proves nothing. It just proves that they were curious what it means. It doesn't mean that there's any moral standing or that there's any deeper meaning to it. It could be a curiosity because they want to know how to use it, right? Like if I see a tool I've never seen before and I say, hey, what does that do? Doesn't mean I'm going to go fucking buy one. I'm just curious. I want to understand.
Yeah.
Like
curiosity and learning is different and is not inherently intact with an actual like empathy and whatnot. Like you don't have to learn all this stuff to be emotional. You don't have to learn. You can just be like, I don't know how that works. I want to know how it works. But why you want, like what motivates you to know how it works can be different. In this case,
where I was effectively going with it is the other interpretation of it is that it's doing something that I want it to do, and that I want to understand how to use it because it may be beneficial to me.
It benefits me. In this case, it benefits the demons to not be killed by people, so they do the thing. It's not because it. And here's the thing, because when the little girl earlier, is it Lily? Is that what her name was?
Linny.
So when Linny's like, "What's a father?" This contradicts that immediately, because what this is saying is we say these things because it stops you from killing us, not because they care about what a mom is, not because they care about what a dad is. They don't care, but it's what stops you from killing them. That's it.
He's effectively saying that the fact that they would want to understand it contradicts this. That's what he's trying to say.
That's the complete opposite of what it actually does. It's the complete opposite.
No, and like you said, the curiosity of wanting to understand what a father is, even though you know like the mechanical purpose of it, I mean, a better understanding of something just benefits you. So like, but that shit argument. We're going back in circles.
He would have an argument if the demons were trying to make progress and were trying to not be aggressive. But all they do is be aggressive. They actively do a Trojan horse, which is sad that he can't even I doubt he even admits they pull a Trojan horse. Probably doesn't even pop into his head. They utilize I say our as humans, but the villagers, the kingdoms, whatever, the humans, and probably anybody else they can get their hands on to take advantage of, they try to utilize the things they understand and relate to, because emotional manipulation to logical manipulation, all of these manipulations are manipulations. But if they were trying to actually settle down, if they just wanted to farm, if they wanted to just raise pigs, if they wanted to, whatever, do normal trading, they make special silks, they do great architecture, whatever the case might be. If they were showing signs of actual empathy and were not aggressive, he might have an argument, because there would be evidence leaning in favor of him. So it's irritating, because it's an obvious concept. It's not a difficult thing. It's not like an astounding revelation. This is like, I wish you knew a psychologist, and you could have him on or her on and be like, hey, it was what this guy's saying about these emotions and whatnot. What do you come to? They tear this thing apart, because it doesn't make logical sense what he's saying, because there's no evidence supporting his claim. His evidence is the moment they say it. And it's like, but the moment they say it has to be supported by something to show that that's what it means. But we have this instance, which is when the child, like, this is way, way before that instance, shows that it wasn't a thing. But I'm assuming he's taking the evolution thing way too far and saying, well, they've evolved since then. And since then, now they actually care about father. Now they care about mother. Now they care about siblings. Now they care about people. It's like, no, they've never shown signs of that. They've done the opposite. They amassed a giant army. They just want to come over and say, but my mommy, but my daddy. Like, that's not what they're there for. They're there to kill you. Sorry, go on.
Laying it on thick that demons lie and kill, and that's it. But importantly, it shows they lie out of self-preservation. In fact, that's the most common way we see them deceiving people, begging for their life, which is also strange, because we're explicitly told they are being deceptive by doing this, yet they are genuinely begging for their life.
So self-preservation.
You already mentioned this before.
Yeah, self-preservation instincts now prove that you have moral standing.
Self-preservation has nothing to do with morals.
Yeah, no, I can make this point. Like, a tiger will hunt humans, right? A polar bear will hunt humans, but it'll run away from something it deems that will kill it. It will run away from a natural disaster.
When it realizes it can't beat what it's up against, it's going to flee.
Yes.
There's no moral coding. If a tank rolls up and a tiger attacks it, but then realizes I'm not hurting this thing at all, it tastes terrible, and it ran over my paw, that hurts, I'm out. Like, that's it. It's literally it.
Yeah.
But it's saying, wait, let's talk, could be a mixture of manipulation as well as survival
fear
instinct.
of death. Yes.
Fear of death. Yes, because the demons don't want to be destroyed. They'd rather do the destroying, because everybody would rather be the winner than the loser. That's just natural instinct. No one's out there going, man, this year at the Olympics, I'm going to do my best to lose. Nobody does that.
Yeah. You expect these things to die with honor or something? No, obviously they're going to beg for their life. They want to live just as much as anything else, and they know that appealing to human emotion works.
This guy doesn't understand psychology. He doesn't understand logic. He doesn't understand emotion. From this video alone, I'm not saying in every video he applies it equally. I don't know, because I've not seen his other videos. But from what I'm guessing he's flying by the seat of his pants at this point. Like,
well, let me give you a little bit of history. He made this video, this hour-long video, in response to a tweet he made that people didn't like.
Well, people have bad takes. I mean, some people argue I have bad takes. I would argue I don't, because I wouldn't post it, because that'd be illogical. But I mean, hey,
I respect it. Well,
but I'm not gonna go make a whole video explaining that, like, you're wrong because here's all my poor arguments.
the only time I will make a video like that is when it genuinely interests me. In fact, the only reason I'm doing this is because I like Frieren, and this discussion genuinely interests me.
But like, not even that. Like, if let's say you went on X, and you post a tweet or whatever, and I come on and I'm like, hey, that's wrong. If you then go make a whole video showing, or what you presume is showing, that your position is correct, and then I come into the comments, I'm like, yeah, that's not how that works. And then I proceed to apply evidence and pilot, and then you turn around and block me, which I'm assuming is the exact same scenario that you did with him, except just tweet instead of video. But like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever for anybody to think that you should be taken seriously in that situation. So why would we take him seriously? Because he's free to have his opinion, but to say this is the fact. But it's like saying, you know, we all know about genocidal maniacs. History's got tons of them.
No,
like the Allies.
Yeah. Here's another thing that I'll point out is he wants to talk about how this whole series is a contradiction of itself, but it's only a contradiction of his interpretation, which is how you can kind of tell that your interpretation is wrong.
So if you sit down, if this was like modern day debate kind of a thing, because debates are fun. If people have, if the truth shall kill them, let them die is the concept. So if you have somebody come in and say, I take this stance, and somebody takes the opposite stance, or at least an opposing stance, and then they come in and they're like, okay, I think this is emotion being showed, it's this, and then somebody else like myself or you come in and say, no, that's literally just you using as a tactic. As soon as you get past opening statements and you go to cross-examination, you say, okay, what is your evidence for this? And then they go up, well, this instance, and you're like, oh, actually, here's this instance. Here's them using it as a tactic. Here's them telling you it's a tactic. So then you build all this evidence in your side, and maybe he's correct if the next season comes out and there is actually some people, maybe there is a small faction in the demon continent or the demon clans or whatever that is actually trying this stuff to become passive or not become aggressive. And then they're taking, the rest of the demons are taking that and utilizing it to increase the warfare. Maybe that's possible, but if it doesn't happen, then he has nothing to stand on.
You say that without knowing it, but spoiler to anyone who hasn't seen it, that's the entirety of El Dorado, the like one of the major arcs that's going to be coming out next season.
Well, and that's the thing is, it's like I'm making
anything about this series that is El Dorado.
I've watched the anime. That's all I know. But my point is that if that was the case, because I do a lot of if that, like, if this, then that. Like, if somebody asked me, what do you think about this situation? I would say, well, if it's this is the outcome, then this is what I think. If this is the outcome, here's what I think. And if this is the outcome, here's what I think. Because I'm not going to just blindly go in there and just assume I'm right. And then that's the thing, because then I'm going to look silly in that regard. I always have a reason for why I think what I think. But I can think multiple options and say, well, you know, if this person shot this person, is this wrong? And be like, well, if they were doing it out of self-defense, no. If they're doing it out of as an aggressor, yes. Like, you can have different reasons for individual opinions. He's taking it as a staunch stance and not running with, maybe I do, maybe I don't. And it's like, okay, you're just saying I am right. This is how it is. And I have yet hear him say later on in the series, like, I guess the El Dorado arc, because I don't know what that is, but in that arc, this happens. I'm like, I could just say, assume from all the anime I've consumed, which is probably a fraction of what most people in the chat have consumed, but I've consumed a decent amount. And that's not an abnormal theme that a lot of stories reuse. Like, the bad guys have a faction that's different than the rest of them. Okay. If that's the case, then he might hold it, but these particular demons do not hold to this. He's making the argument for the wrong group, is what he would be doing at best. I don't know if maybe he's read, obviously, some of the manga because he's referencing it and whatnot, but
he seems to have read all of it from this video.
So if he's read all of it, then he should know that the faction thing is a thing if that's the case.
Yes, and he actually mentions that, which is why I struggle to figure out what he's actually saying.
But if it applied to demons indiscriminately, it wouldn't be a faction. It would be the whole thing. That breaks his argument right there. And I can only take what he says to be what he means. If he means something else that he has yet to say, then we'll get to there and I'll correct myself if necessary. But he hasn't done anything to tell me he's going to deviate from this track. And from what you've mentioned about the orc mentions, he's really going off the deep end. So we'll get there, I suppose.
They genuinely don't want to die and are acting afraid of dying in order to not die.
Yeah, because that's what anything does. Next point.
But if that's not enough, demons show actual genuine emotion all the goddamn time. They are often described as prideful and arrogant. They feel genuine.
Generally, things that are considered negative emotions. I don't think
but they're not necessarily emotions. Like being prideful and cocky. Being cocky is not an emotion. It's a behavior.
Yeah, I guess. Now that you say that, pride and arrogance, can you really call that an emotion?
I mean, it's a deadly sin. It's not necessarily like an emotion. Emotion is how you deal with something from the human perspective. Like if somebody dies and I'm sad, that's an emotion. But like pride doesn't inherently need to be. So if I'm the best swordsman in the world, like Zolo, however you want to say it, depending on which version.
Zoro. I prefer
Zolo, as the Japanese say. If Zoro goes out, he thinks he's like, I'm gonna be the best, and he's confident and whatnot. But he does get cocky when he goes against Mihawk, and like in that he realizes I'm not the best. Hit me with what you got, and then he learns from that. But he was cocky. It wasn't an emotion. He wasn't going in there. He doesn't use the swords and fight with emotion. He fights with skill, but he thinks his skill is greater than it is, or he sees it as a hurdle to take over. He's trying to do the hero route. So you could read it either way. One's correct, one's not incorrect, because they can't both be correct at the same time. But he is somewhat cocky with his skill, because I mean that's how he became who he is. He was cocky with the girl, and then she's like, "You'll pass me one day." Because I'm just a girl and men are stronger than women, based. But it's his whole arc is it's the swashbuckler with the cocky like saunter, and then they go into the place and say, "Oh, I'm the best that there is." That doesn't have to have emotion. That just means he's not thinking rationally. Like that's all it requires. But they're not thinking rationally because demons don't think rationally. They think logically.
Also, arrogant and careless. Arrogant is kind of like a state of mind. It is that it's cocky, right?
Yeah,
that's not an emotion.
They think they're better than humans, which in technicality they are in a lot of ways. But like they're more powerful, they're stronger, they live longer. Like they don't have all the failings of humanity, but they don't all have all the benefits of humanity, like emotion or rationality. They don't have all these things. They just logically input data, because that's literally what the demons are doing. They're logically putting this plus this equals this. If I am a young child that's like a young girl and I say mommy, they won't kill me. That's the logical rationality. There's no actual rationality behind it. It's just they're putting in information.
Yeah.
And then
to bring up a sort of like point I do want to make, we talk about emotion. Okay, we get into the connotation and denotation of it. Obviously, you can probably fit like pride or whatever into the denotation, but when you talk about emotion, as far as like connotations, you think of like joy, sadness, sorrow, grief, from those kinds of things, right?
Did you ever watch or read the Seven Deadly Sins manga's anime?
No.
Okay, so there's a clip I just saw maybe like 2 weeks ago, and it kind of sticks with me because one of the guys' name is Pride, and he's this big dude with a freaking gorgeous mustache, and he just comes out there. Escanor. I think you didn't know.
I know some stuff about it, but I've never watched it or read it.
It sounds familiar. But there's this guy that like causes everybody who's afraid of him or something to not like be able to attack him. They're like all gravity to the ground or whatever, and he just like crunches towards him, and he gets up and he's like, I'm the sin of pride or whatever, and he goes up, he's like why aren't you stopping? He's like, because I'm better than you. It's like, that's pride. There's no emotion in him. He's literally emotionless, and he cuts the guy in half, but he's literally emotionless, but he's prideful. Pride is not inherently an emotion. You can have a sense of pride, and it can well up in you like an emotion, but it's not the same as being emotion. So if they're arrogant, they're prideful, they're cocky, those aren't inherently emotions. So him arguing in favor of that, well, they have pride, like all these negative things that could be emotions. Like, well, they're not emotions inherently. So it's like he's kind of mixing things. Like careless. Is careless an emotion? No. It's a behavior. So like if you're careless, you're like slipping on things when you shouldn't be. You're tripping over the obvious. You're tripping over your own feet. Like
and again, emotion is not a sign of moral standing, because obviously you can have a villain who has emotion, but they're not a moral character.
Well, I mean, holy crap! Fist of the Northern Star, the epic scene we're all familiar with. Oh my wa, nonshinru, nani? Like that whole scene is he literally begs for, like, I have a daughter, blah blah blah. Right before, as he pulls out his knife, the guy turns around and he just tries to jump at him. He's like, "You fell for it," and then he dies. It's like, but he used emotion, right? And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. He faked it. It was never true emotion. He wasn't actually sad. He probably doesn't even have a daughter. And it's like, it's all manipulation. Manipulation is not emotional either. It's the use of something in favor of you. That's literally it. We can continue. Sorry.
Genuine excitement and anger and shock and fear in ways that cannot be explained by them just imitating humans.
I like how he mixes emotions with non-emotions in that. Like, it's just like, well, he thought very hard on this.
Mm-hmm.
So often not beneficial in any way, with demons calling Frieren.
Okay, well,
self-preservation is not beneficial. What?
Yeah,
a bitch or getting mad at her when she kills them, or expressing some emotion when humans.
That scene is
aren't even present. Sometimes
scene.
Even in their inner
monologue.
Where
she cuts her head off.
Going even one step further, one of the first big fights in chapter 20, the conclusion to the demons pretending to make peace with the town, ends with one of the demons getting cut in half by Stark, and the other demon crying out their name, which gives Frieren enough of an opening to kill.
Just wait.
The way the anime frames it makes it seem like they might just be calling for their ally to help them, but they do cry out after the other demon is dead, while looking in their direction. After it's already been established, they can sense when another demon dies.
Oh, he has a name.
So this feels almost intentionally written, like the demon is crying out because their ally died. And it's made pretty clear the crying out is what drops their guard and gets them killed, which looks to me like a pretty clear-cut expression of empathy.
Incorrect.
It's not. It's
shock.
Not. It's not even shock.
No,
it's the same. It's the same thing when you have an elite set of troops and you're executing a plan that if something doesn't go to plan, you're going to make a shout like, "Don't!" Like it's the same thing as going, "Don't do it," kind of a thing. It's like that's not empathy. That's not anything else. It's saying, "Don't screw my plans."
No. Let me explain. Let me set the detail, because he takes that so far out of context and he doesn't tell you exactly what happened there. Lugner is confident, like absolutely confident, that because Stark is fighting Linny will win, because Linny has already copied Eisen, Stark's master, and his combat technique. She knows how to defeat it and all of that. And when she loses, because she's not nearly as strong as Eisen, it's a complete wrench in his plan. He's shocked because he was wrong. It's not empathy. He is genuinely just shocked that his elite troop was just killed by someone he was confident they could defeat.
He overestimated the battle plans. The battle plans didn't happen the way he wanted to, and he's either, I mean, he could be both. He could be upset about the miscalculation. He could be upset about like all that kind of stuff, and not in an emotional way, but like just be like, "This cannot be," kind of a thing. That's not an emotion.
Again, you brought up the point about like you need evidence for this. His evidence for empathy is just, oh well, I want this conclusion, so therefore I'm going to interpret it as empathy.
Yeah.
My evidence for it being shock, I've already laid out. I can point to the beats in the story that tell me he's shocked that Linny lost.
Yeah. It's not even a far-fetched to assume he's shocked. Like he's caught off guard. He thought it would end differently. If you think something would end differently, that has nothing to do with emotions. Nothing.
Yes.
Nothing has to stir within you a feeling of emotion to be like, wait, that didn't happen the way I wanted it to happen? What?
Now, you could maybe argue that the demons have just gotten so good at mimicking humans that they do so involuntarily.
That's not
But
even the
if this
argument
is
we're making.
involuntary, often completely detrimental, and ingrained within the demons so deeply they even do it when nobody else is around and cannot stop doing it to save their life, then there is functionally no difference between the mimicked emotion and the real thing.
What?
Except for the intent. But what? So pretending to have emotion and actually having the emotion is
I'll be fair. He's not building a straw man because he said, if this is your argument, he said you could build this argument. That's not the argument we're making, but it's not, he's not saying it's the argument we're making either. So I'll grant him that. But that's a bit of a leap. Like, why would that be the outcome? Why is it that if they're so used to mimicking, therefore it became a natural part of them? How is that what follows? That's not what follows. Like, again, the demons might not show emotion on their faces and stuff. It doesn't mean that they're not surprised by things. Surprise is not inherently explicitly only an emotion. Surprise can be like, whoa. Like, if you go in front of a demon, like if you're playing hide and seek or something, and you pop out of nowhere and you go, got you, they're gonna go, whoa. They're startled because a deer's startled, but a deer's not showing like, mother, don't shoot me and take me back and turn me into food for your family because I'm delicious. It's saying, whoa, I'm surprised because 2 beams of light came at my face. like, it's startlement. All creatures can have that without whether they have empathy, emotion, anything. You can be completely apathetic to everything and have no emotion whatsoever and still be startled. It doesn't matter. That's a poor argument.
mm-hmm.
Though perhaps the strongest contradiction in the demon's nature is that they do actually have some sense of morality. The one thing you would think they obviously don't. Because we're also told that to demons, one's mana level is a source of pride. And almost all demon hierarchies are simply built on who has the most mana. So a technique that Frieren has mastered to be effective at killing demons is to suppress her mana at all times, to appear to have a low amount, to trick a demon into fighting her so she can kill them. It's something she's even taught Fern since pretty much the beginning. This is already interesting because it directly mirrors how demons trick humans with words to kill them, and it comes across as Frieren playing by their rules to get an advantage, literally using that arrogance the demons are described as having against them. But the more interesting part is that when that demon from earlier, the one who cried out at their ally dying, learns that Fern was concealing her mana, they call her a coward. They are visibly disgusted by it. Because again, demons are proud of their mana and think concealing it is a lowly thing to do. So the demon's morality might not align with ours. They're still totally okay with killing after all.
How is this being disgusted because they're proud? They're more upset that you deceived them and they fell for it. Because why you cowards? You didn't show us your true strength, you cowards. I can't cowardly run away because I can't sense your true power, you cowards. That's no. If you know, like, okay, if right today we had a war of the worlds going on, like literally alien giant robots are going around just obliterating everything, and you have death machine killing machine robots going around, you don't go out and say, you cowards. You know? You'd get the frick out of Dodge. And he's basically saying, like, no, you cowards, you two are a disgrace because you're not proud. Why is somebody who's not a demon not hold the status of power and wealth and whatever the high status and pride they have in them being a high mana? Why isn't everybody that way? It was like different people value different things. He just said that the humans value wealth. The demons don't value wealth. They value mana pool, specifically, like what they have to pull from. It's like, okay, so you don't even share the same values as humans, but you're upset that humans don't share the same values as you?
Well, he's saying that they have a moral code because they would say something is repulsive or cowardly, like they would never do it.
And they're using it in the human speech, ironically.
I don't even know where to begin with this because, again, you would have to argue. where is the proof of this moral code? You want to interpret something that was mechanically put in to show how, or the difference between the way demons behave and the way humans behave. He wants to interpret and he wants to take something out of it that was never intended to be there. It wasn't intended to imply that demons have some moral code. It just means that they have so much pride that they do not understand why someone would suppress their power. They do not understand why someone would willingly make themselves lesser than, because power is and hierarchy is everything to them.
Power is absolute.
Mhm.
It's the hierarchy that demons have. I mean, the wolf packs do the same thing.
And
If you think the alpha wolf is going to be weaker than you, you challenge the alpha wolf, and if you beat him, you take over the pack. That's how that works.
yeah,
But if you slink away, you're treated kind of as an outcast, at least for a time, and then you have to kind of regain your place in the pack. That's how that works, because failures don't get to be treated as heroes. They don't get to be treated as the good guy.
yeah, and as far as like, they don't have this sense of kinship or whatever that endears them to following things. No, they do it because they're
Based off of
terrified
power.
of they're
Yeah.
terrified of things that are stronger than them, and they have two options: to try and manipulate the thing that is strong, or several options actually. Try and manipulate it, run away from it, or submit to it. In the case of the demons, they don't inherently want to kill the other demons, because that would be long, protracted, and it's much more difficult than killing a human. They can't manipulate other
It's more
demons
risky.
because those demons do not fall for the same emotional traps that humans do. So when it comes to a demon who is more powerful making a demand of you, you are better off submitting. Like you said, they are applying things logically. If this, then that.
I do find it funny because, like, you cowards, you two are a disgrace. I want the next panel to be Frieren going, "It's not cowardice, it's a tactical retreat." Like, just throw in like a thing where it just like completely throws it off, because it's like, I mean, obviously they wouldn't be the ones retreating, but if it was something where, like, because occasionally in anime and stuff, they have characters that are like, "All right, you want to go?" And then they turn around, they grab their companion who's just like being like a rag in the wind as they're running away, like, "Run away!"
Yeah,
They're
and
like, "You
again-
coward!" He's like, "It's just a tactical retreat." Like,
Again, the hiding the mana effectively is an insult to them, which
just like
again,
hiding your intentions is an insult to humans.
which again does not prove any sort of moral code. It just means that they feel a certain way about it, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's effectively just a mark of shame on them. It has destroyed their pride. Like, they lost to someone who appeared weaker than them. That is why he's disgusted. That is why he considers them cowards and a disgrace, because he views it as a personal affront to him for someone
Well,
who he assumed was weaker defeating him.
He's what I would consider a higher tier demon. He's not a low tier demon. He's got, from what I understand, from what little I saw of the demons in their hierarchy, the more quote unquote cultured ones are the ones at the top. They're more intelligent than the ones below them. They're more powerful than the ones below them. They behave a specific way. In this case, he uses it to be he uses deception as his weapon, which can let you outmaneuver a lot of people. Like, for example, in his position, if he wants to get rid of a higher tier demon, all he has to do is get another high tier demon upset with that other demon, and then they duke it out. And then he can work his way up the ladder that way, because eventually there won't be anybody except maybe a couple. And if Frieren comes by and blows away the big one, he's now the top dog, because all he has to do is manipulate people. Manipulation is the easiest way to get rid of big, powerful enemies, or even just other people who are fighting you for a slot. Like, if you have a competitor, you get rid of the competitor by slimy means. It's easier to do that than just to do better in other areas. So if this guy's doing a,
Yeah.
you cowards, the other two probably have no concept of cowardice in that regard. They probably say, "What's a coward?" Just like they say, "What's a father? What's a mom?" Because they don't know.
Well, here's another thing. He wants to talk about them having empathy. He sensed Linny dying and then showed empathy over her death. Well, where was that empathy when the other guy died? He didn't react at all. He just said, "Oh, well, he's dead."
Yeah. So that right there is evidence that counters his own point.
Yes,
And he
which he
brought it up.
specifically left out. He
Well-
only brought it up in here because it proved his point that they could sense each other. He didn't go in and like look at how it fucking contradicts what he's saying.
He brought up the actual panel too. By the way, if you want to, grab a face, here's a good one for you. But it's a great face. You wanted to screenshot, so I didn't know if you wanted to screenshot this face, but
I have the screenshot already.
Oh, you already did. It's like I'm way ahead of you. But yeah, he brought up the panel, and the panel explicitly stated, I cannot sense Drought anymore. Whatever. Like, the plan still goes on. That's the thing. We have like secret agents and stuff, like if you believe spy movies and whatnot, you have secret agents, whether it be Mission Impossible, Born Identity, whatever, that do the same thing. If somebody in the team fails, but the others' identities have not been given, they just say, we move on. We go on. We finish the mission. You don't need emotion. But then that blatantly contradicts him going here. But calling somebody a coward doesn't have, and like, all he has to do in favor of the demons as a whole, as a species, is to get, if he can use his last minute manipulation, because he's done for here, but if he gives his last minute manipulation to cause hesitance the next time they go up against another demon, he will have succeeded in something. That's what I would interpret this as. He's trying to instill you're a coward into somebody who then becomes traumatized by the cowardice. Obviously, they're not going to fall for it. But if it did work and it causes them to hesitate in a moment where the hesitation will get you killed, he could have the last laugh, hypothetically, from death.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I could see as being like, he's still trying to continue with the plan, but he's already dead.
I don't feel like that's
I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm saying that's what it could be.
That is one interpretation, but again, we run into the issue of I don't see the evidence for it. The insult
I see more evidence of that than I see of what he says.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I think the most logical, most supported conclusion would be he's upset that he was deceived instead.
Yeah,
it's not a show of like morals or anything. He's just pissed that he was deceived instead, and he finds it an insult that someone weaker than him would defeat him.
Yeah, because he didn't even fight Frieren. He fought the student.
Yes,
and he lost to the student of all people. And you're like, that's got to really grate your pride right there. It's like, I lost to a freaking student.
The student he was convinced he could kill.
Yeah, and the same thing happened with Stark. It's like Lenny's like, oh, I got you because my boss says I got you, and then he's like, about that.
Yeah, your strikes don't hit as hard as my master, as he has her battle axe lodged in his rib cage.
It's like, yep, had worse than this. Definitely had worse than this.
It just cuts her in half. Yeah.
Chop suey.
Must have some sense of morality to believe concealing mana to trick them is wrong. There is no reason they would react this way if they didn't. A truly immoral being.
There's plenty of reasons.
We just laid out a bunch of reasons why.
There's a whole bunch of them, but he uses the word must. And it's like, well, no. The must only works if you have absolute evidence. He doesn't have absolute evidence. And even in the state of having absolute evidence, there's always potential for more evidence to come in and counter that and make it a different route.
Like, we could go through this whole thing and then say it by the end of the series in Frieren, he turns out to be completely right. Okay.
Like I said, with the clan of demons and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I doubt that's actually going to be the case.
Yeah. He's based off of the information we have in the story so far. He cannot be correct. But if the author comes through and changes it, or at least adds on to it to make what he says true, well, then it's true. But that's not the case as of yet.
Let me give an example of effectively what he has done with all of this. So with a recent seasonal anime, ReZero, there's a scene where Subaru uses his whip to grab this giant chunk of stone, swing it around one-handed, and throw it at one of the Synarch bishops, okay? Now, in and of itself, that doesn't sound like a huge feat, but I actually, just out of curiosity, did some calculations. And at the bare minimum, that dude was one-handing around 80 pounds of stone with ease. And that's assuming the lowest possible weight of it.
Yeah.
which is insane to be able to just huck 80 pounds with like it's a regular baseball.
Well, and I mean, even
that's what he's effectively doing, is he's taking something that wasn't meant to be interpreted too deeply, and he is extracting it from context, extracting it from anything that is relevant to it, and making it the entire point.
Well, and that's the other thing is like, okay, so if you're using like an inertia and all like the scientific stuff to like be like, okay, well, he's bringing it around and everything, he'd still get yoinked by something that's like half his weight or whatever. I don't know how much he weighs, but I would assume he doesn't weigh probably 200 pounds. So
no, he probably weighs
he
about
looks like a small
the average
dude.
fit male.
Of what height? He looks pretty like Japanese people are short in general, so I would assume.
Are we talking this guy? Or are we talking Subaru?
Subaru.
Okay. I'm not exactly.
I don't know about this guy. I don't care about him.
Yeah, that's a. Look,
if you're 5'6", like a short, or maybe like a tall Japanese person, if you're 5'6", 125, 130 pounds, and you're chucking an 80-pound thing, that's going to pull you back as you do it, and you're going to have to go with it a little bit as you're releasing it. Like, there's going to be noticeable. But if he's just going like that, it's not a slingshot. Slingshots, you use small things, not big things. So slingshotters don't use that, but even them, they still have to like put gusto into it, which will still move their body. So depending, I've not seen the clips of that, so I don't know what it does. But if he's going around, like if he whips it, grabs it, and flings it at somebody, he's going to get moved.
Yeah. Okay. So just for context, funny you say that, Rolando, that you're 5'6". Yeah, Subaru is about 5'6".
Okay, so 5'6". That's probably tall for a Japanese person, if we're being honest. But 5'6", roughly, like I would say no more than 145 pounds. 80 pounds, if you're 160, that's half your weight. Mm-hmm. One-handing, even using science. Like, science wouldn't let you get it off the ground.
No. This is the point. The reason I brought it up is it's unrealistic for him to do it, but it happened. And my point is, I like, as much as I want to like make a whole like joke about like how ridiculously strong the guy is for doing that, it put in context, like it wasn't meant to be interpreted that way.
Wait,
at all.
Is this his fapping arm though? That might change the calculations.
No, but he did have a 1-year training arc between seasons. So
a 1-year fapping training arc?
Did
they call it?
I don't know. I mean, arc? he has been simping pretty hard for Amelia for like a year now. So
did they call it the fappening arc?
No, that would be like a Mushoku Tensei thing, dude.
I know, right? Though, but it'd be funny though. But like, if okay. 180 pound is like a bag of cement.
No, I get what you're saying. My point with it,
trying to get it off the ground with a whip would be difficult and enabling. But if he did manage to get it off the ground, like if it was like already moving in the air, like it was blown back, and he grabbed it and then whipped it, you'd have something to work with. But if it's just sitting on the ground and he grabs it and flings it, that's different.
We've gone down like a rabbit hole here. I brought that up because I wanted to make a point of you take certain things that just aren't that are absolutely not to be interpreted as purely as they possibly can.
Well, but I would even take it a step further and say, on top of that, is that later on, the author could add additional information that shows why that happened the way it happened, and shows how it came to be. Like, you might have had a year training arc, but maybe there's something on top of that. Maybe he had a magical item or something else that was in his pocket that we didn't know about because he picked it up during an adventure somewhere, but it wasn't brought up until it was brought as like a flashback and say, oh wow, he got this like 2 years ago, therefore that helped him in this, like, whatever. The author can add it as he wants to, but if he doesn't, then you have to still argue about it.
No, my point on that isn't whether or not like it should be a thing. The studio that animated it did that. They didn't give any consideration to the weight of the stone they were doing. They were just trying to make a cool action scene. They didn't consider the implications. Okay, they weren't in their mind when they made that. Got it? That's what this guy is doing. He is taking things that are either don't need to be interpreted at all, or he's just reading too deeply into things and trying to make that like it's absolute de facto canon, when in reality it's just a thing that's there.
I would say it seems to be more like he wants it to be a specific way because he has a predisposition to something about the way that Frieren is bothers him. Not Frieren the character, but Frieren the whole series. Like something about it bothers him. Maybe it's the indiscriminate slaughtering of another being bothers him, but he's not contemplating a righteous reason to do so, as opposed to an unrighteous reason. He just inherently assumes it's unrighteous.
He tries to bring up the movie Starship Trooper later in here.
Oh my gosh, it's a parody. Yeah. It's a parody, guys.
No, the thing about Starship Trooper, the movie, is from everything I've heard, it's an absolute bastardization of the novel it's based on.
Yeah, it's a parody.
So
they leaned into the silliness. It's intended to be as silly as it sounds. It's Helldivers too. That's what it is.
The movie or the book?
The movie.
Okay, because from what I've heard, the book was actually supposed to be something like somewhat serious.
Yeah,
and the guy who adapted it into a movie did an absolutely awful job and turned it into something that it wasn't.
Yeah, and it became a cult classic because of that.
Yeah. So he tries to bring that up as like, well, they're slaughtering all these bugs. And I'm like, Starship Trooper is not the example you want to go with, because the movie does not even remain faithful to the source material.
But even if it wasn't, if bugs are coming to exterminate your population, you exterminate the bugs. That's the only way survival. It's the same thing. It's like, I bet this guy thinks Warhammer 40K is like a fascist regime, which he'd be correct. And it's all about, xenophilia. Yeah, you'd be correct. You know why? Because everything and everyone is trying to kill you. It's not a good place to be. It's not a place that's ideal. That's the whole point. The whole point is it's a bunch of bad people and their stories of trying not to be exterminated by exterminating everybody else, but they're kind of losing because they have limited populations to everybody else. The freaking orcs populate by battle. They literally just pop out more of like spores. It's you can't win against that when you have to wait a 9-month cycle. And even if you make clones, you still have to wait for them at least a time period. And you have to basically populate a person, throw them into the meat grinder, and that is repeated over and over. It's not a good thing. It's not an ideal thing, but it is what happens in that universe. And that he'd probably have a problem with it from what I'm getting from this, because he's taking something that's very simple, very easy, and not the over the bout. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah. It's ridiculous how much of a mountain he's making out of molehills in this.
Yeah.
I would not think there is such a thing as an action that is wrong. And there isn't even an explanation of this being part.
He doesn't even say it's wrong. Like,
he just says coward's disgrace, and he instantly assumes that it means wrong, like a moral thing. Like, that's a leap, because nothing about what this guy has shown, not the YouTuber, the character, nothing the guy has shown that he has emotion, but everything about him, every single scene has shown him be a master manipulator.
Looks like we're about to get into the Tolkien stuff here.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get through this whole video in this one session, which means we may need to do a part 2 at some point. But I do at least want to get through the Tolkien stuff, because that's why I brought you on.
There's a split in the very middle, so we can get to that split if you want to.
No, that is literally the end of the Tolkien stuff.
Well, I know, but I just mean I can't freaking add more information. Or do you not want me back for the second part?
No, I mean, just tonight. I
hear that, Cat? He's gonna use me and throw me away.
I'm gonna invite you back for the other parts. That's what I'm implying.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's like the halfway cutoff point, that little split in the middle of it. We can just stop there if that's what you want, and then
that's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah.
Mimicry, because it's something only demons care about. So right now, I'd like to take a tangent to discuss a different story that isn't Frieren, but it's one that
he looks like he moderates Reddit forums.
Yeah, that checks out. Like, I mean, also his argumentation's about the same as well. I mean, to be fair, we all make stupid facial experience. I mean,
Ronnie's probably got a collection of me doing stupid shit.
I mean, it'd be rare. It'd be a rare moment for you not to have a stupid face.
I agree.
Frieren very obviously takes a lot of inspiration from, because it's the story most fantasy series take inspiration from.
Skyrim?
Because it's the Lord of the Rings. Yeah. J.R.R. Tolkien's fantasy book series.
Yeah, Skyrim in the background. And he says Lord of the Rings.
Probably because he can't get away with showing Lord of the Rings in the background.
Well, you could.
famous for having pretty definitive morality. Characters that are depicted as unambiguously good or
Are
evil.
you implying,
the
good
side
sir, that
of
a
light.
moral author that has morality embedded in him through his Catholic religiosity is a moral being that would write moral things into his stories? I don't believe it.
I don't think he's particularly
Preposterous.
complaining about that. I think he's
I'm not-
being kind of objective in this.
I'm not saying he's complaining. I'm saying, like, duh. Like, it's more of like sarcasm. Have you heard of it? I haven't, but I won the Sarcasm Olympics of '98. There we go.
Or dark. And with this, it portrays some races as entirely on one side, the most common of which being orcs. They are human-like creatures who are bred for war by various
Okay,
dark armies, including...
pause. They are not human-like, they are humanoid. They are more elf than they are human, for the majority.
And I do want to like take one thing to like preface a lot of what's going on here. Because he does reference the Bible at some point to talk about demons and stuff.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah. He'll talk
I
about,
bet he knows what he's talking about.
he'll talk about demons. Okay. I just want to say, like, the concept of a good or evil race has existed for a long time. Like, the idea of
in
demons
every
does not
ancient
mean
culture.
Yeah. So let's just talk about demons for a second. You're telling me that like the traditional sort of demon, okay, should not have been created like good or bad, even though like in the traditional sense, you look at like the history of the Bible and like the War of Heaven and all that happened, where 1/3 of angels were kicked out of heaven because they rebelled against God. That's where the demons came from. Guess what? They were angels who chose to be evil, to rebel against God.
But they also weren't inherently ugly. That's a
Yes.
misconception. But the point I want to add to that is that in most of ancient culture, whether you go biblical or not, demons like were people that were other than you and your kind. Like, you're opposing. Like, for the Egyptians, the Hittites were demons because they were the other. They were a different tribe, they were a different group. They demonized them because otherwise people could relate to them as being just other people.
That's racism, though.
Yes, and Egyptians were racist towards Hittites, and Hittites were racist against Egyptians. It happens.
No, and I think that's one of the things that's kind of informed his opinion on this video is the modern American interpretation of race and everything. They completely forget. Like I said this on one of your videos. On one of your videos, like humans throughout history have just othered each other for the most ridiculous reasons.
Racism exists and is fluid everywhere. Like,
well, it's not racist to group up with people who are like you.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying treating everybody else as the other happens to this day all over the globe. You go to some random tribe out in the middle of the Amazon or something that's never seen people before, they will other the crap out of you because
be black and go to Japan, they will other the crap out of you.
Yes, China really doesn't like black people, but like Asians in general dislike black people. I don't know why.
Johnny Smalley.
Well, I mean, that's a valid reason. But I mean, in terms of like historically, they just didn't like it. Ironically, Yasuke and the whole Ubisoft Assassin's Creed Shadows thing, that was like a weird thing because it was an oddity for Oda Nobunaga. But the rest of Japan wasn't necessarily be like, oh, he's a black guy. That's cool. No, Oda was. Nobody else is implied to be that way. And in fact, the opposite is the case. So when Oda...
I am absolutely pro-segregation, Pilgrim.
Oh, no.
Segregate this dick from your ass.
Well, you wouldn't want him to separate his dick from your ass. But
no, I don't swing that way. It's only gay if you're a bottom.
That is false.
That's how the Romans viewed it.
Okay, that's incorrect as well. You need to watch some more Metatron, sir. You need to watch a lot more Metatron. But no, like in terms, right? So, like if you ever check out historical, like written, and the Roman Empire fell, debauchery and all that. They stopped being based is what happened.
Well, that's only because they elected a tranny as emperor, right? That's how that works.
Well, that was one of the little pieces in the whole puzzle. But no, if you look at the historical aspect of all ancient civilizations, somebody somewhere demonizes somebody else and pictures or like expresses them to their own people as these beings that will eat your flesh, take your children, rape your women. Like they do that kind of stuff. and then they create this picture in someone's mind of this demonic horned being like a minotaur or something, when it's not actually the case of what they actually are. It's propaganda. So the demonic concept, like any the beast has been the whole. I don't know. I mean, his is pretty big and gaping, so it probably fits anything at this point. Anyway. But yeah, so like it's not far-fetched to be like people demonize other people, but there's also some instances, in this case the orcs, where it's not a demonization, it's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's a fact of the world.
Yeah, like the world building has established it. Now obviously there are things, and I mentioned this to you before we started, but there are pieces like Tolkien struggled with this because he, as a Catholic, wants the concept of being redeemed a thing, because in Catholicism and Christianity as a whole, being redeemable is part of the story. That's the whole story. The whole story is Genesis to Revelation. Man falls, God tries to redeem. That's the entire point of his entire viewpoints and beliefs and everything. So the redemption of mankind, he wants to bring that to his world. Some orcs are argued are humans, but we know that they were at least elves in the beginning. But there are different tellings of it. Some of them didn't make the original canon, but they're still a part of his writings, and we treat them as like documents that he wrote but didn't make it to the official canon. But they are things he wrote. He toyed around with the idea. There's lots of ideas he wanted to go with, but he ended up changing things for various reasons of his own making. But this isn't one of them. Because even if they were redeemable, they did not attempt to be redeemed. In fact, there's a reason when creatures of darkness died, their spirits wandered Middle Earth. They refused to go back to the halls of Mandos and see judgment, because then they would potentially be redeemed. They would have to spend a lot of time in the no-no land and then be like, you can't do that. Morgoth got put in the void because there was no redeeming him. Like, he's literally in the nothingness because he refuses to be redeemed. There is no redemption for him. And that's the way the story is. It's something that kind of sucks, but it's also the same thing for Lucifer. Lucifer's not going to be redeemed. Villains are sometimes just villains. And I think that's what made, and this is purely my own belief, is that I believe that's what made Tolkien basically go in and say, I can't ultimately have this be redeemable, because you can't have redeemable villains, because then they make poor villains. They just become bad people who become good people. They're not villains. Villains do bad stuff. And Read Wheel of Time, Padan Fain is a villain. The stuff he does would make your blood curdle and make you want to vomit. Thank God he did not go into that in detail. But that's how what I think Tolkien did. Is Tolkien wanted to go the redemption route, but the creatures themselves refused it, even regardless of it being in or not in the series. There is no redemption for orcs because orcs don't want to be redeemed. There's no redemption for Balrogs. There's no redemption for dragons. There's no redemption for vampires. There's no redemption for werewolves. There's no redemption for evil beings because they do not desire to be redeemed. Even if redemption is the theme, they refuse to be so. And it's the same thing in real life. There are people who desire not to be redeemed through the Christian belief. They exist. So it's not far-fetched to be like, well, that's just the way life is sometimes. And he made his canon. He moved on. So continue. Sorry.
Saurons, they are pure evil, existing only to kill and destroy and oppose the forces of good. Their purpose in the story, much like the demons in Frieren, is solely to be an antagonist to our heroes that they can kill lots of without remorse.
That's a very myopic interpretation of everything that's going on there.
Orcs are not antagonists. They are the tools of the antagonists.
I was about to say they are. There's a difference between existing just to be killed by the protagonist. That's such a fucking scummy way to frame it, because they exist as a tool of evil through which the actual villain operates.
Yeah, Grey Pilgrim, the orcs don't have families because family implies a structure that is healthy.
He's a huge Rings of Power hater, so
I am as well. I covered the Rings of Power on my channel if you want to check that out, but God have mercy on your soul if you do that. But in this particular instance, orcs basically treat women literally like you would expect misogynists, because that's how they increase their armies. I've heard people argue, well, they could put women on the battlefield. Why would they? If the women die out, they cannot procreate. If they cannot procreate, you have no more armies. There's no way you're putting your most valuable resource onto the front of the battlefield. Just the way hunter-gatherers didn't put their women out there to fight mammoths. That's not how that worked, because you would lose the most valuable resource of your entire clan, tribe, whatever it might be. I'm not saying resources in like, oh, you're belittling women. No, I'm saying women are more valuable than men because they can create more life. If you have a tribe get decimated by a bad winter or something else, women can bring more into the world. Great Pilgrim. Oh my gosh. Yes. I guess that is one way to look at it too. But you could bring in more people into the world to protect your tribe and keep you from going extinct. But if you remove all the women, you have one generation until everyone's dead. That's it. Your tribe's gone. So the same thing with orcs. Sauron and Morgoth, neither of them give a crap about orc women. They don't care. They're there for the procreation. They're there to create things to be sent into the meat grinders. It's literally the fascist 40K regime right there. That's literally what they do. They literally procreate to throw in the meat grinder. That's it. Because the orcs have no reason to have that. They don't care about anything. They're the same thing as Trollocs. Trollocs are lazy, but they're violent. They revel in it, but we don't have female Trollocs. But then again, Trollocs don't necessarily procreate, as far as I'm aware. Trollocs
again, he assumes. My point in pausing it here was specifically because he assumes that just because evil exists, it is there for the hero to kill. No, the orcs aren't there just to be killed and slaughtered without mercy. They're killed and slaughtered without mercy because they actively do the bidding of evil. And they will stand in your way and do not choose to be redeemed. It's not like they try to get out of your way and let you fight Sauron. No, they're actively doing Sauron's bidding and getting in the way of the heroes who want to stop Sauron.
Well, you can even go simpler than that. The orcs are the aggressors. Because if they're in Mordor and they never leave Mordor,
nobody gives a fuck.
Nobody's going to necessarily actively go after them. They might be like, well, maybe we should go in there and purge them because they're evil, wicked beings. But if no higher power like the Valar or even Eru Iluvatar himself is pushing them to do it, but they don't need to push them to do it because the orcs are pushed to do it themselves by their master. That's the entirety of the story. They are the aggressor. Goblins come down and raid. That's their own fault. Now, if they went down, found some wild sheep, wild herds of cattle, and they grabbed them, built their own little territories, nobody would be coming into their territory and attacking them necessarily just because they're evil. They might take it because they want their resources or something, because not every man and every elf is good. We know that historically in Tolkien's world. The Noldor are very specifically not very good in that regard. Even dwarves have bad apples in their own stories and stuff. So it's not like the good guys are always good. There are plenty of instances where the good guys are bad guys. Not in the Lord of the Rings. They're always the good guys. That's just the nature of the game.
Yeah, the Fellowship are the good guys, and they're always the good guys. Throughout.
Well, Rohan's good guys, Gondor's good guys, the elves are the good guys, the dwarves are the good guys. That's just how it is. But back in the early days in the Silmarillion, it's a messy place. There's tragedy, there's betrayal. It's freaking all over the place. But the point being is that orcs are never not evil. And they are always driven to do their master's bidding. Their master's bidding might be hold back, build up, then unleash the hordes. But it's all like the holding up and the building, like building up more, isn't because they're like, we're giving up on evil deeds. It's because we're going to just overwhelm them with sheer numbers. And that's the point. We don't have that from people who are good. These guys are behaving almost empirically, like an empire, but they're not an empire. They're trying to be an empire, but they're not doing it because they want to conquer and subjugate. They're doing it because they want to conquer and destroy. It's a mockery of Eru is the whole point. Like that was Tolkien's own words, it's a mockery of Eru. And if it's a mockery of Eru, it's not something that is redeemable without any, like, redemption has to be it's a two-way thing. Somebody offers the redemption and somebody accepts the redemption. If you don't accept the redemption, it doesn't matter if it's offered. Redemption can exist in the story and they refuse to accept it, and therefore it's not redeemable. They've all been altogether evil. That's just how they've been. So I guess let's pick up more and see where we go with that.
However, it's important to note that the evilness of the creatures in Middle-earth, if you really get into it, all come from someone called Morgoth, who is the fantasy equivalent of Satan. And I mean that literally. J.R.R. Tolkien was a devout Catholic and modeled The Lord of the Rings heavily after his own religion. Morgoth is literally meant to be a stand-in or representation of Satan, a fallen angel who corrupts those around him, and is responsible for most of the evil in the world, as the creatures Morgoth and later Sauron control are almost all evil because of this corruption. Basically every evil, intelligent character in the novels, from Saruman to Grima Wormtongue, were not evil to begin with. They've simply been turned evil over time. Some by choice, others through...
Yeah, I was actually trying to look for a good place to pause so that we're not just sitting here watching his video.
Well, it's fine, because I want him to give his whole point, because I want to address it properly. But I would like to point out, there's a lot of things in the world of apologetics and philosophy of theology, philosophy of science, philosophy of blah, 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 whatever, viewpoints, beliefs, viewpoints, worldviews in general. The Christian worldview believes in a free will world. In that world, that means that even if Morgoth was inevitable, because if somebody, like, let's say you put just two innocent kids in the same room together and they have toys. They don't know the concept of not sharing. They have always been taught the good, right thing to do. But the second one of them stops doing that and does the opposite, the second they stop obeying their parents, the second they stop doing these things, they've broken that chain and have went their own way. But in going their own way, they have become typically evil, disobedient, prideful, arrogant, vile, whatever the case might be. I'm not saying the toddlers, but I'm saying, like, in terms of, if God's the creator, as Tolkien believes, Eru's the creator, he creates things, and out of all of the Maya that he creates, or actually, in all of the Ainur that he creates, which is the Valar before they became Valar, basically, Eru creates a song, creates beings to sing the song with him. That's the Ainur, the spirits, if you will. And if one of those, which was one of them, Morgoth, becomes Melkor at the time, he basically wants to do his own sound. So he decides to go his own way, but his sound is crashing with the other sounds that Eru and the other Ainur are making. So Eru doesn't just destroy him or cast him out. He tries to bring him back in. And when he brings him back in, Melkor is ashamed. And that's what brings about, because he's prideful. That was Lucifer's sin. It was pride. So pride caused the downfall, because he wanted it to be after him. So when Eru's like, here's Arda, Earth, and he sends them down, he says, go and use it. Now, he doesn't let them create. He lets them sub-create. So they go down to a world that's basically just Play-Doh and says, make stuff with what I have given you to make. So, you've got the ones that make the mountains. You've got the ones that make the trees, the ones that make the oceans. You've got, like, they're using water. They're using earth. They're using all that stuff to make what they want to. And then the Valar each have their own little categories of which they are rulers of, so to speak. And Morgoth, or Melkor, was someone who corrupts other of the Maya, aka the Ainur that came down, that were lesser than the Valar, came down and basically says, hey, what if you joined me in my plans? And that's how Sauron got coaxed into that. And basically all the fire of the fire Ainur basically got coaxed into that. The only one who didn't ends up becoming the sun. And she terrified basically everybody because she was super powerful. But she wasn't going to be corrupted. Ironically, the moon ends up being a guy who falls in love with her and wants to chase her around. And that's how we get the cycle. But anyway, point being is that he didn't start out evil. He became evil of his own accord. And that same thing would happen if you have a world, so that, like, the whole problem of evil, the problem of suffering and all that stuff equates to, like, none of this would happen. It's like, but it would happen because in the whole concept of the Catholic and Christian religion is that you have freedom to love God. If you don't have the freedom to love God, you cannot love God, and God cannot be love. And God is love because that's what he tells everybody. Like, I love you guys. I am love. And if you don't follow that, then it doesn't make logical sense. But in order to have free will, you have to have the freedom to love, because you can't love without it. So logically speaking, it only follows naturally that Eru gives everything free will. Eventually, bad people, like look at the three groups of the men of the Edain. One of them goes bad and betrays in a very pivotal point in battle, and goes bad. They didn't have to. They decided to. They chose that path. And if they chose that path, they had the freedom to do that. The Easterlings and the Haradrim and everybody, they chose to align. Now, one could argue there were insurrections in those areas of rebels who did not want to join with Sauron. So there are potentially good people in those areas. It's not like all of them are all the same thing. But we don't get those stories, sadly. I'd like those stories. They'd be fun stories. That could have been something they could have played with in Rings of Power, but instead they didn't decide to go that way. But you have these people groups who are not orcs, who actively choose to do evil things, be the aggressors, do evil stuff, follow orders, like some German guys that might have been doing some stuff that's a little shady. But
you don't have to skirt around the word after saying it within the first 10 minutes of the
I know, but I don't want to keep saying the same word. As a person who likes writing, that's poor writing. don't keep saying the same word. You have to imply other ways. But anyway, the certain funny mustache man's followers. There's another way to do it. But in that situation,
the not so good guys.
I did not see that coming. But
oldest pun in the book.
I know, so many puns. I did not. National Socialist Party that coming. You know, whatever. Sorry. But all of this could have happened regardless of whether Melkor or Morgoth, whichever form he was in, or Sauron participated. Eventually someone will rise to take that spot. Maybe not with the magical aspect, but maybe with the authoritarian aspect to take over the world and dominate. Because the will to dominate was what Morgoth and Sauron had. That was their shindig. They wanted to dominate because they could not create. Only Eru can create. So the whole point is that they're the aggressors because they chose freely to do this. So they freely abandon any concept of redemption, because when they were told to recall back to the halls of Mandos, all the spirits of the dead, that includes evil spirits. Instead, some were bound to like the Barrow Downs. That's where Barrow-wites come from. The Nazgul, Sauron, everybody else went until they had a physical form, or they just ceased having physical form and were just in the ether forever because they didn't want to go back and face justice because their pride would not allow them to. That's the same thing in every other possible worldview you could come across. But in this particular instance, he's trying to say that these guys who are pure and utter evil, who refuse to be redeemed, even if it was an option, are somehow not the bad guys. That doesn't make sense, but you can continue the video.
Let's.
Through torture or pondering their orbs too long, even the giant flaming demon
power
Balrog
and
that
coax them in.
Gandalf fights is described as being a lesser angel that has simply been turned. Hell, Sauron himself was corrupted. The only creatures that are...
Sauron was manipulated by Melkor. Melkor manipulated the snot out of everything he could get his hands on. If you could listen, he would say, oh, but we could do such great, wonderful things. And it's the same thing with, I'm sure even you are like familiar with the rings, is like with the One Ring with Gandalf is like, I would desire to do good with the power of the ring, but through me it would do such terrible things, because it's the art of manipulation. He manipulated the rings into existence. He manipulated giving them to the rulers under the guise of manipulation and deception to give them to, or get through the elves, give them to the humans, give them to the dwarves, and thus he can create a dominion. That was his goal. He used his power to bring people in to join his faction, and once they're locked in, he uses that to do his bidding. And it's the oldest book in the book, literally. And it's like, the whole concept is deception, using power to wow people with splendor and whatnot. That's the same thing that happens in Frieren. Except without, maybe not the power perspective, but like tries to come in with splendor, like we're very cultured individuals because we know how to mimic you, and we see how your cultured people mimic. And it's just like that's what they do. They take that, utilize it, they sucker people into their camp. Well, maybe the demons aren't so bad, Mr. YouTuber, and then takes that and then abuses them with it. It's in Frieren. It's in Lord of the Rings. It's in Tolkien's work. It's in the freaking biblical accounts. Like, it's not the first time. It's in like non-biblical historical, because you can argue biblical is historical. Non-biblical accounts historically, it happens. The Trojan horse was a thing, guys. It's not like manipulation just happened to happen because the Bible said so. No, it's happened all of human history. They use all these types of tricks in the book. Spies are a thing. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
Described as being totally 100% evil from birth are beings created by Morgoth, who we're told are evil because they don't have souls. This is something that also comes directly from Tolkien's Catholic theology, by the way. This idea that evil cannot make, only mock. Satan/Morgoth cannot create anything with a soul because to be born with a soul means you're a blank.
So this is the concept where people misconstrue creation. So when the Valar come down and they make mountains, people are like, oh, look, they created mountains. No. They sub-created the earth and everything there. The Play-Doh was there. They molded the Play-Doh. That's all they did. They did not create. Eru created the earth, the air, the water, everything, the life. Eru creates that stuff. The dwarves were not created by, directly speaking, what was Ale? Ale's the Valar who is like the smith kind of a thing. He likes the mountains. He went deep into the mountains because he thought for some reason Eru wouldn't find him, and he creates the 7 dwarf fathers. But they were only constructs. They had no soul. They could not do anything themselves. Obviously, Eru, being omnipresent, could be. He's like, "What you doing, Ale?" And Ale's like, just." He's like, what you got there? Oh, shake. As there's an ostrich right next to him. He's like, what you got there? It's just a shake. Smoothie. But like, Eru was like, I will breathe life into them. I will turn, because what Ale did is he took the stone and he molded it like Play-Doh into the dwarf fathers. Eru's the one who takes the dwarf fathers and makes them an actual thing. But then he puts them to sleep because he says they're not supposed to be around yet, because it was not part of his original plan. The dwarves never should have been, but Eru allowed it to be. But after his order of things happened, the elves had to come first. The firstborn had to come, and then the dwarves could come, and then humans would come later on. So Morgoth cannot create. He can only sub-create, which is why this actually makes sense. It cannot make. Make implies the whole shebang. The entirety of the shenanigans from beginning to end cannot be done by Morgoth. He can only take what somebody else did, Eru, and twist it and corrupt it. He cannot make souls, but he also doesn't have to make souls, because the things with souls he corrupts. He corrupts the soul. And then from there, he just procreates and just doesn't have to go any further than that. So it's not required for him to do it. He didn't have to make a soul. The orcs don't have to not have souls. That's not what a thing has to have. They just don't have any desire to do anything with it regardless.
Blank slate, and blank slates are good by default, so only God/Eru has the power to make that. Satan/Morgoth can only corrupt those beings. To make something evil by default, they basically have to be a homunculus with no soul or sentience. So when we get to orcs, the most basic and simple and one of the oldest and most influential evil fantasy creatures, J.R.R. Tolkien encountered a problem.
I'd argue that's
a
dragons,
moral
but
dilemma,
yeah.
where in many of the stories they show up in, orcs are able to speak. They're able to make decisions, express emotions. Treebeard describes them as participating in orcish mischief. And I mean, they still kill and eat people. They still don't have any human morality, but they understand what morality is. And
There's no such thing as human morality. There's morality, and that's it. Like, you either have a moral code or you don't have a moral code. If you're like, well, in my area, my morality allows me to eat children for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. In your area, it's not allowed, but that's your area. That's relative morality. And
I was
relative
about to say moral relativism.
moral relativism is not real morality. It's subjectivism. It's my opinion, but it doesn't hold on its own inherently, because otherwise you're in a different state than I'm in. But if my state says one thing and your state says something different, are we still morally bound to things? Because law does not equal morality. It equals legal.
Yeah, that's like, at some point you have to approach some sort of objectivity when you talk about morals, right?
Yeah.
Like there has to be something that is objectively wrong. Like I don't think you would ever find a society that would say that PDF stuff is
Actually,
okay, right?
Actually, about
Oh boy, what the fuck have I done there?
There are societies that do that. There are societies like Muslim, places that it's okay to have marital relations, we'll say, without the marriage or with the marriage with a 9-year-old.
Okay,
they do exist, and they exist.
I suddenly regret bringing that up. Effectively, you have to start. There has to be an objective truth, right? Not everything can be.
Well, here's the thing. Even if you want to ignore objectivity, even if you want to say, well, moral relativism is true, even if you want to believe that, you'd have to say, one, is that a truth statement or not? Because if moral relativism is true, then it's objectively true, not morally relative truth. It's real truth, objectively. So it's self-defeating in its own instance. But like saying, well, this is or this isn't. But if you take it and say, okay, let's put objective truth out to pasture completely. I don't believe that. I don't agree with it. Whatever the case might be. Tolkien believed it, and in his worldview and in his works, he applies it. So you have to read the story as it's applied, whether you agree with it or not. So if in his world, it's not human morality. Elves also have morality. They know it's wrong to kinslay, yet they do it like 3 times. It's not once, it's not twice, it's 3 times. They know they're doing wrong, but they're skirt on by a curse, aka a vow of stupidity, and they basically do a whole bunch of bad things. Then they try to make up for it later on, but you've already done the bad things. But objectivity wise, they know what right and wrong is. From an objective standpoint. Now, there could be things where they think this is a bit more subjective, like I prefer basketball versus football, or soccer versus tennis, or whatever the case might be. Those aren't my views. Soccer reigns supreme. But out of all of those things, you can have your own opinion, but that's not moral. But you can't say I'm moral and you shouldn't be Islamophobic. But if you come up with them and say, so you believe kids should be molested? And they're like, well, no. I'm like, but they think that's okay. So are you going to be Islamophobic now or no? It's just not, it doesn't make sense because people want it to not make sense. It's the confirmation bias. This guy wants Frieren to have a bad meaning so he can not like it because he doesn't like what it actually says. Same thing for Tolkien. That's the same reason the Tolkien Society had those seminars that we're going through, and we still haven't gotten through all of them. I think we have like 5 more to go through. And out of all of them, there's like 15 of them. Out of all of them, only one of them was actually good, and it was really fascinating because it talked about art in Russia during the communistic era, Soviet Union. It's actually quite fascinating. But in overarching things, people don't want to like it because they don't like the theme. They don't like that it treats orcs like these evil beings because they don't believe. There's an entire religion based around evil not existing. Evil's not real. They won't acknowledge it. People are freaking weird all over the world. They don't agree with everything.
My point is that in all things, at some point you have to come to some level of objective truth in order to even start talking about them. Because so you have to have, it's the same with morality. You have to have some sort of objective truth that everyone can agree on, that all things are stem from, right? That is why I have a problem with the moral relativism. Even if you want to be outside of religion and all that, you still have to have something that is objectively true, right? you can talk about like the sciences and stuff. Some of that stuff is objectively true. Some of it is up to interpretation, right?
Well, it's not up to interpretation. There is
Well,
data input and there's data output. You can interpret the output, but the
that
output is still the
was
output.
that's a better way of what I was trying to say. Is some things are much more proven than others. That's what I should have said.
Well, there's evidence leaning in favor of in science. There's no technical proofs because anything that we believe now, we could discover something else that proves.
Shut your pedantic ass up, okay?
Well, I mean, that's why I'm here.
Not wrong, not wrong. But yeah, like you start talking about all this, and all of these moral things. At some point, you have to come to a realization that, like, if you're going to be a moral relativist, then you cannot apply your moral standard to anything because everyone's actions are morally relative, right?
Well, here's a
Moral... having relative morals means you have no morals at all because under any because anything is acceptable under certain circumstances, right?
Well, also you have to okay, there's two things. One, you have the problem of if you find something morally indignant and I find it morally acceptable, who's wrong? There's no one's wrong because you don't like it. I shouldn't do it. So you want to use the law against me. I think it's fine. And I think you shouldn't do it. You're doing. So I use the law against you. Well, the law doesn't work that way. The law can't be on both sides of opposing ends.
Yeah. Otherwise it doesn't function at all if that's the case.
The law can't be on the side of the criminal and the lawful citizen. You can't do that. It can't be on both. It has to be on side of the law all the time. But legality does not equal morality. The second thing is that moral relativism breaks itself because it's self-defeating. Moral relativists say objective truth does not exist. Is that a true statement?
Well, it has to be in order for moral relativism to be a thing, right?
But if it does, moral relativism dies because it's an objective truth. That's the funny part, is it doesn't even make logical consistent. It's not logically coherent position to take because it's self-defeating. So for people who go into these things and say, well, you're saying it's okay to genocide them? And it's like, they're beings that do nothing but evil. And ironically, Aragorn does go on a campaign with Eomer later on at the end of Return of the King, like after it all happens. He goes out there and they basically just hunt down orcs. Just wipe them out. And then they go subjugate Rune, which is where the Easterlings and everything come from, and then they go and subjugate Harad and Far Harad. Far Harad would be where like the black, dark skinned people would be from, but they go subjugate everything. But they don't obliterate the Runes. They don't obliterate the Harad. They subjugate them. They do obliterate orcs because orcs are not things you can subjugate.
You can't civilize them. No,
you're not going to be able to turn them into good, upstanding citizens. They're pure evil. Easterlings, Haradrim, they have a chance, not orcs. And that's pretty obviously explicit in the content that Tolkien makes. You can continue.
Yes, I'd like to get through this part before midnight.
And consider some actions
we'll get there
to be
that.
right or wrong. So just on the basis of all that, they must be sentient. They must have a soul. And
sentient does not equate morality.
I was about to say, he said, so you could perceive right and wrong. That means you can, that means you have a soul. That means you have a concept of morality. I don't know if I completely agree with that.
But if you have a soul that's corrupt, your concept of morality is always going to be twisted. And it's always going to be evil because it's corrupted. The intention is to have good morals. You're naturally grown with good things. Yeah, even the reality of EVAP is beginning to take a hold on Crimson. Yes, I am a big proponent of EFAP, and I could do this with like Mahler all flipping day, but not everybody else likes that. And obviously,
well, I honestly, if I didn't have to work tomorrow, I'd be perfectly fine with trying to do this whole thing.
If I didn't have to actually do stuff for a living, then I would love to do nothing for.
Pretty much. I said
Shocking.
I said this on stream the other day. Like, it's hard to do YouTube on top of something, but I would much rather do YouTube because it's a way easier job than what I do.
Okay, chat. Just for a reference point, I have like an 8-hour video on my channel. I don't shy away. It only lasted 8 hours because other people left, and I would be just by myself. I don't have a problem with long form content. I actually love long form content. I've been trying to do some more short term content because not everybody likes the long form stuff. So if you like short form, I'm trying to do more of it, but it's hard for me to do because I'm a long-winded person inherently. I don't have a choice. It's just my personality. But I'm also autistic enough to be able to point out every little detail. So EFAP fits me pretty well. So yeah, well,
we're not done yet. We're still going.
Yeah, we still have what 7 minutes left of him,
something like that. Yeah,
I just want to point out that he hasn't started with like what his viewpoint. Like he should have started with, here's how I view this, as he releases his overall point. Like he says, okay, I'm going to go talk about orcs and Tolkien's work, and here's my viewpoint of Tolkien's work, and here's why I think that, and then go through that. And he could break all this down so we know where he stands. I'm presuming I know where he stands because of the way he's defending it, but he hasn't really stated what he thinks about it. So do as you will.
Unsympathetic monsters that are killed in the thousands, you can see where Tolkien had an issue. Because remember, all of the other evil creatures are corrupted and are thus given the chance to change. They have the choice to become good again, to fight this corruption. And many do. Several evil characters in the novels get redemption. And the ones
okay, hold on. Pause. They are not corrupted. They are not corrupted. They are swayed. Like Boromir was swayed by the power of the ring. Grima was in the service of a wizard that went rogue, and he used kind of an extension of Saruman to poison the mind of Theoden. So these are not the same things as creatures that are inherently corrupted. That's a totally different thing. Boromir was never an evil character. He was a human, and humans are susceptible to the ring a lot more than everybody else. Yes, he did call Boromir evil.
Yeah, I was gonna say being tempted by the ring does not make you evil.
Yeah, temptation is not a sin. It's acting on temptation that's a sin. That's the whole point. So he tries to act on it, but he tries to be redeemed because he realized after the temptation was gone, I did something wicked. And he repents of it and makes up for it by trying to defend Merry and Pippin. That's literally what happens. That's not evil. He was trying, his whole goal there was to get his hands on the ring.
No,
but he
evil applies to the things that have rejected the chance of redemption, like Morgoth and Sauron.
Yes. Well, you can do evil, but we're talking about inherent evil. Orcs are inherently evil because they are inherently twisted and corrupted. They are corruptions and mockeries of what Iluvatar made. But the problem is that this guy doesn't see the difference between these two. Grima could have been redeemed. He's not twisted and corrupted beyond salvation. Orcs are. They're not the same thing. It's like a kid holding up a bank and stealing stuff, has a gun to somebody's head as using him as a hostage. He could put the gun down and say, I'm sorry, and freak out, and he'd still go to prison. He'd still do his time, but he could potentially be redeemed. Now, as soon as he shoots that kid in the head or shoots that person in the head and then, runs off or something, he's losing his chance to be redeemed because he's gone too deep. Grima didn't necessarily go too deep. He was part of evil plots. He worked for a person who became evil. I don't know if Saruman was twisted the same way that orcs were, but he was corrupted by power, and he was corrupted by what he wanted to, because he basically wanted to make himself a dominator of Middle Earth. But I wouldn't say he wasn't twisted to the point where he was no longer an Astari. He was still an Astari. So even him wasn't the same equivalent. So Boromir's motive wasn't evil inherently. It was evil in the grand scheme of things because he was trying to take it back from a form of selfishness, but he wasn't. He did it because of his father, and he did it because he wanted to save his people. But it wasn't inherently evil, but overall, it was an evil plan because the plan was put in the hands of the ring, pun intended, because rings don't have hands. But the ring would morph that fear into him doing something evil, like attacking Frodo or trying to get the ring and take it home, without everybody else's being acknowledging the fact that that's what they should do. So it's Boromir's a complex character, and I love him. He's a great character. He's not evil. But he does have moments of weakness. He does have moments of temptation and actions that are in the range of evil, but he does not let that define him, and he redeems himself. That's the point. This guy doesn't know the difference between two humans and an entire species designed to be twisted and corrupted. Not the same thing at all.
Have some moment where they could repent but choose not to. And because of this, they're all shown at least some amount of mercy until they do something that proves they don't deserve it. Yet the orcs are never given this mercy.
Because they are not the same thing.
They're just decapitated.
He's saying they're never. He's saying they're never given the chance to repent. That's what he's complaining about.
They don't try. Okay, given the chance to repent, and you okay, this isn't warfare between two armies where all the armies are populated by civilians that don't want to do there. They don't want to be there. They're there because they have to, because their government pushed them there, and they're fighting and killing each other. But they don't want to be there. They don't want to get trench sickness. They don't want to freaking get gassed. They don't want to step on a mine and blow up. They don't want to get blown up by a tank. They don't want to get run over by a tank. They don't want all this stuff to happen. They don't want bullets to go through their heads. They're not there because of that. They're there because they were forced to be there. But they can surrender. But no one thinks that they're inherently evil. Germans surrendered. Not every German was technically a Nazi. They just felt like they were fighting for their homeland, and that's what they wanted to do. Not all of them were big on the Jew thing.
Yeah, the only reason I say that is because I kind of want to keep it like more so specifically to the points he's making. Here he's talking about how it's unfair that Boromir and Grima got chances at redemption, but the orcs didn't. That's effectively what he is saying.
They made their chance of redemption, though.
Yes.
Like that's the point. Well, I mean, you could argue Grima didn't really do it, but he was given the chance. He was like, you could step away, you could walk away, you could stop doing this madness, and he didn't. Ultimately speaking,
yeah, the opportunity was there for Boromir. He made it.
He made that. He's like, I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to lay my life down. I'm going to save these halflings. He could have abandoned them. He could have, but he didn't. He chose to say, despite me have done something wicked towards Frodo, I'm going to redeem myself, and I'm going to fight for what I am. I'm a courageous, brave man, and I want to fight for the good. I believe in humanity. I believe in Gondor. I believe in my people. Aragorn being part of his people, ironically. That's where we get that great quote in the movies. It's like, my captain, my king. Like that. It's amazing. We couldn't have that if he chose to do not redemptive stuff. If he chose not to be redeemed, we would not get that. So
yeah, so it's one of those things where, like, given the opportunity for redemption, the orcs wouldn't. It would not serve the series at all, and that's kind of the same issue with the demons. Is given the opportunity to say coexist with humans, things would not change. They would still slaughter humans, as proved by El Dorado, which is probably something we'll have to get to another time.
But if we had an orc battalion, let's say, that shows up and surrounds a village, and then no one in the village can leave, and they're all like terrified. But then an orc comes forward and says, we want to live in peace. We want to coexist. And they didn't make any aggressive measure. Like, do you guys mind if we move over there and we're going to raise some cattle, get some corn, maybe some beans, whatever. Like, we're getting sick and tired of this mackety bread every single day. Like, we want to have some real food. And they go and do that. That's them making a case for them to be redeemed. They never do that. They take pleasure in misery of others. They enjoy killing, even amongst themselves.
You can even argue that, like, Grima had the case to be redeemed because he was involved in it. He wasn't like directly like the conspirator who caused all of those things. He was just in service to someone who was.
He did evil things, like, no doubt about that. But he was not beyond redemption. Or like, orcs are blatantly beyond redemption because they choose not to be.
And bifurcated and mowed down without a second thought. They're never given the chance to change. They're never.
It's like they were never given the chance to stop being evil, except every moment they were not in battle and trying to destroy everything. They had all the chances in the world, and they just never happened to do it. So now that the good guys show up and kill them, why would they be granted mercy? It's like, oh my god.
Again, if the demons really were like for Frieren, to kind of bring it back to something I know a little bit more about, if the demon, you can apply the same logic. If the demons really were looking to coexist, they would fuck off and not do anything, not interact with humans, because
not even that.
in their entire history, even those of them that did try to coexist did nothing but destroy. In fact, 1/3 of all mortals who are like non-demons were killed because of one that wanted to try and coexist.
Yes. So if you have a demon, then this would actually be a really interesting arc. But let's say you had a demon that actually wants to coexist, and he goes to the humans and he's like, I don't understand your emotions. I don't understand your systems of family units and stuff. I don't understand any of this stuff. I'd like to learn. I'm not good at anything but destruction, but I would like to live peaceably with you. And then one day he's just living. They're like, okay, well, you could live in this village if they accept you. He wins over the people. He becomes kind of a hero. He fights off a group of goblins or random monsters that attack, and he destroys them without like any remorse. And he saves the people, and they praise him and everything. And all he does is he becomes basically a guardian deity practically for this group of people. And then they're like, oh no, this giant army is coming to take out our kingdom. And then he's like, they send him over there. He goes over there. He uses his destruction, what he's good at, and just wipes out the opposing forces to protect the kingdom. He's making his redemption.
Yes,
that is how you get redeemed,
so,
when people don't give you the chance.
I'm going to talk about this now, and that's a very important point, because effectively, like spoiler, there's a character who comes up in Eldorado, mocked of the Golden Land. He's one of the 8 sages of destruction, and he wields this curse that turns that turns anything he wants into gold. Okay, so he considers himself a pacifist. He tries to
Midas touch.
Yeah. He considers himself a pacifist, and he wants to quote unquote coexist with humans, and he wants to try and understand them. But in every instance,
does he say this to other demons, or does he say this only to humans and elves?
He says this to everyone he meets, even other demons.
Even demons? Okay.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. Here's one of the things about him is, in every instance where he tries to understand humans, his final goal in all of it is to kill the person.
Huh?
Because he wants to understand grief and remorse. So he wants to make friends and then kill them
to feel,
so that he can see if he feels anything. And spoiler alert, he never does.
Well, yeah.
And you want that person to be redeemed, the person who's so fucked in the head.
Well, it's the same thing as, it's like, if you go to the person like that and say, we humans feel grief and remorse, but we would rather not have it. That'd be like, wait, so it's not something I should pursue? And it's like, no, you shouldn't pursue that. It's not like, grief's not inherently evil. It's not bad. It's a cycle that humans live with because of the cycle of life for humans. Not every race has that feeling. Like elves don't have that kind of a thing. But if it's like, okay, I'd like all the positives of humanity without the negatives. Or it's just like, okay, here's an example. Frieren had something and then no longer had something, like Himmel and whatnot. So has 2 friends, party companions, and then doesn't have them after many, many, many years. It's like, I miss those guys. That's feeling grief and remorse without having to do anything to it. So he could have, if he was truly actually repentant or pursuing redemption, he could have been like, how do I go about doing this? And they say, or let's say he get into a conversation with Frieren, and Frieren's like, well, I've lost a lot, and I have regrets because I didn't know what I had at the time. And it's like, okay, so I can do this over time and it'll naturally happen. I don't have to actually kill people to do this. Like, yes. And if you're a demon and you have no lifespan, or maybe you have just a ridiculously long lifespan, you're going to experience that passively, pun intended. And you could do that, but that's obviously not how it's written. I'm just guessing that that's not how it's written. But if that was the case, he could have potentially been redeemed in that regard, because he intended, even to the demons, that he wants to peaceably coexist. He just kind of ruined that when he starts killing people.
Yeah, no, I mean it's from the get-go, he still intended to aggress on people because he wanted to understand the emotion. And it never even like he never even achieved that. And it's yeah. The story of Mocked is pretty much the story of no matter what, they are going to continue to cause destruction.
Yeah, but you can even take a character that has pure destruction and make them redeemable.
Yes.
They have to aim their destruction against the bad things and not aim it at the good things. It's literally that simple, but it's difficult for people to comprehend these apparently. Go ahead.
Treated with any of the respect the other evil characters are. They're just fodder. The characters never even think of the possibility of them being redeemable.
Pause.
So you're constantly thinking in war of how you're going to save the other side.
Not even that. Not even that. Do you know who treats them like fodder? Sauron and Morgoth. They treat themselves like fodder because it's like, you go on in there, and then they push each other towards the front lines. Like they treat each other like fodder. They don't even treat each other like beings worthy of redemption. They have no concept of it because they don't desire it. They just want to eat. They want to kill. They want to conquer. That's all they want. They don't want anything else. They are locust.
Mm-hmm.
They consume, devour, repeat. That's all they do.
So this became something that really bothered Tolkien. He never explicitly commented on his feelings about it, but he did try very hard to find a possible solution for it, a way to justify the orcs acting and being treated like that. Something you can especially see in his responses to letters that fans wrote to him about this subject. He even went out of his way to try and come up with alternate backstories for the orcs that would fix this, but always ran into the same dilemma. In one scenario, the orcs are descended from elves who were tortured and corrupted by Morgoth, but that means they have souls and shouldn't have been killed indiscriminately. In the original scenario, the orcs are created by Morgoth as imitations of elves, but in that case, they shouldn't really be
I want to argue with a point that they were twisted and corrupted, but that means they have souls and that they shouldn't have been killed indiscriminately. I disagree. If they're an invading, marauding army, I'm perfectly fine with them being killed indiscriminately because they're the aggressor.
So there's two parts: self-defense and aggression. Now here's the point. You can defend as Rohan, Gondor, Rivendell, Lothlorien, I mean, the Iron Hills, the Blue Hills, everywhere but the bad guys. You can defend yourself against them, and it's perfectly justified. Now, the other aspect is like when the Noldor and their allies are sieging Morgoth's domain. Now, in doing so, they are the aggressors, but they're also aggressing against somebody who would rather be the aggressor. So there's a difference because Morgoth wasn't like, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do all that stuff. No, that's not what he did. They kind of went around and said, you know, these guys have been ravaging our land for long enough. We need to put an end to them.
Yeah, they had intention to do more evil. That's what they were ultimately going to do.
You can go on the offense in a defensive war if it stops the war. So if for example, every single orc was on a field of battle at Pelennor and you could wipe them all out in one go, and they would never do that ever again, and you could pull that off, you'd be justified in doing so. Because one, they're attacking you, so you can defend yourself. But two, then you won't have to deal with it later on. But if that later on happens because they flee back behind the Black Gate and you have to go siege Mordor, well, if you take over Mordor and you wipe out all the orcs and they don't exist, like the goblins die off eventually, the orcs are all hunted, orcs and goblins are all the same thing technically. But you hunt down all the trolls, you hunt down all the beasts like vampires, vampire bats, werewolves, all that kind of stuff. You get rid of everything that's evil, like unnaturally evil, and you just completely remove them from the picture. You don't have any more loss of life on the levels that you would otherwise. Like an entire, like the kingdom of Arnor got wiped out because of these guys. Like the orcs go on a genocidal maniac thing, like just go on a spree and just wipe everything out. And so there's no big deal. But you wipe out the orcs. Oh my gosh, why are you doing this? And this also reminds me of a particular. I'm gonna try not to bring it up, but the particular factions in the middle of the world on the eastern areas, if you might pick up, that are defending and claiming to be defending. I'm not gonna go into it, but evidence has proven that's a lie. But anyway, just because somebody is implying something does not mean that they deserve the same thing. And mockery is going to always be mockery. It's never going to be legitimate.
Intelligent, because that requires sentience and a soul. The final solution Tolkien left us with in his notes before passing away was just to essentially canonize all of these different contradictory origins, give each of them in his different stories and explanations of the world, so that the true nature of the orcs was left mysterious and you wouldn't have to think about it.
Okay, hold on. He didn't canonize, he published. Canon is one straight line. His other works are on the sides as things like, here's some work I was working on, but it's not part of the main canon because it contradicts with something else. So he just published something, but he's not treating it as it's the actual official canon of the Silmarillion all the way up to the end of the Lord of the Rings. Like, you can have additional documents that contradict other things. Like, you could have the orcs were made this way, the orcs are made this way, and the orcs are made this way. All three cannot be true at the same time. They can all be canon. But you can publish them and say, I worked with this idea, I worked with this idea, and I worked with this idea. But ultimately, my main canon is this way. And then you just do that. Like, you can publish things without it being canon. It's not canon because you publish it. It's canon because you made it canon.
There are plenty of series out there that do stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, freaking comics.
Yeah.
They have canon, and then they have what the next guy decides to write, which contradicts
Manga,
everything
light
else.
novels, some anime.
Yeah.
He did tend to prefer the idea that they were corrupted. To quote Tolkien directly,
To answer your question, Pilgrim, this video was made like a week ago.
The origin of the orcs is a matter of debate. Some have called them the Melkorohini, the children of Melkor, who is Morgoth, by the way, they're the same person. But the wisers say nay, the slaves of Melkor, but not his children. For Melkor had no children.
Pause.
Melkor was impotent to produce.
The reason they're the slaves is because he does not treat them in any familial status. Eru treats all of his creations in a familial status. That's what is being said. Not that, they're slaves and thus we should pity them. I mean, we should pity them, but also not give them quarter if they are actively trying to kill us. But it's just, Melkor had no children. He was not able to have any living thing be of him because he is not like even the Valar. There's only one recorded wedding in the Silmarillion of the Valar, right? But they don't procreate. They're together. And others were already established as married, like Manwë and Varda. They're just established as a couple. There are a married couple. There's a couples that are couples, and then there are ones that are just singles. It's just the way they are. But they don't procreate. But it's something you can identify as somebody who does procreate, as a reader, that's what they do. Like, they are together, but they're not popping out baby Valar. They don't procreate and elves are born, or humans are born, or dwarves are born. That's not what happens. But they're a familial status. The Valar see the elves and the humans, and even to some extent the dwarves, as the children of Ilúvatar, because he's the one who created them. Melkor, remember, cannot create, and therefore cannot be the father of the orcs. But he can corrupt, and thus be their master, and they will be his slaves because his only goal is to dominate. So if he dominates the orcs, they're his slaves. Natural reasoning. Come on, guys. Continue. Sorry.
Any living thing, but skilled in the corruption of things that did not proceed from himself, if he could dominate them. But if he had indeed attempted to make creatures of his own in imitation or mockery of the incarnates, He would, like Aole, only have succeeded in producing puppets. His creatures would have acted only while the attention of his will was upon them, and they would have shown no reluctance to execute any command of his, even if it were to destroy themselves.
Pause.
But the orcs were not of this.
Remember when I was talking about Aule and the Seven Dwarf Fathers?
Yes.
That's exactly what happened. He made these little stone constructs. The only reason those became actual dwarves is because of Eru Iluvatar. The only reason. But Aule wanted to make things to teach them his crafting, to teach them his craft, and to revel in it. Melkor wanted to dominate. That's the reason that Aule got something he wanted and Melkor didn't. Aule was sad and would have destroyed his own creations, but Iluvatar's like, I realize that you did this out of a good thing in your heart, not the will to dominate them. You did this because you wanted to share with them, not to rule them. And thus, I'll grant your request. I will make them adopted children. And that's what happens. So, in what he says right there, he's already destroying his own argument, because we already know that Melkor was there to have dominion over his creatures.
Well, he's saying that this means that they have souls because they weren't created without.
Whether they have souls is irrelevant, because if the soul is corrupted, it's twisted. It's no longer the way it was. The soul doesn't stay pure despite everything else of your body. Your soul is a reflection of you as a person and a personality. So a person with an evil personality has a corrupted, twisted soul. A person with a good, healthy personality has a positive soul. They could still do good or bad things, because anyone can sin, right? Like Catholic teachings, all have fallen short of the glory of God. So it's like, okay, well, if that's the case, anyone, including somebody with a good soul, can still do something wrong. You can still steal something from somebody, and you're not twisted and corrupted. The twisted and corruption is a whole other level of step into the next region. So
it's not just sinning or being evil; it's becoming evil.
It's not seeing sin and being against it. It's immersing yourself in it. But not even just immersing yourself where you can get out, but like becoming that. Like you take it to the nth, like you go as far as you could possibly go with it. You murder as many people as you can. You have no remorse. You want everyone to suffer. You want misery. You don't want happiness. The only one who needs to be happy is you, but your idea of happiness is twisted and corrupted, and thus it's a never-ending hamster ball, basically. So that's the concept, is that he's pointing out that Melkor could not have created if he wanted to. He could only sub-create, but what he could sub-create was the terrain. He can't sub-create anything else, but he can twist and corrupt what is already there. And that's what happens to the orcs. So the next section should tell us that.
Kind. They were certainly dominated by their master, but his dominion was by fear, and they were aware of this fear and hated him. They were indeed so corrupted that they were pitiless, and there was no cruelty or wickedness that they would not commit. But this was the corruption of independent wills, and they took pleasure in their deeds. They were capable of acting on their own, doing evil deeds unbidden for their own sport, or if Morgoth and his agents were far away, they might neglect his commands. But even before this wickedness of Morgoth was suspected, the wise in the Elder Days taught always that the orcs were not made by Melkor, and therefore were not in their origin evil. They might have become irredeemable, at least by elves and men, but they remained within the law. That is, that though of necessity, being the fingers of the hand of Morgoth, they must be fought with the utmost severity, they must not be dealt with in their own terms of cruelty and treachery. Captives must not be tormented, not even to discover information for the defense of the homes of elves and men. If any orcs surrendered and asked for mercy, they must be granted it, even at a cost. This was the teaching of the wise, though in the horror of the war, it was not always heeded.
Okay, pause.
All in all,
so there is a thing that people like to push at the Bible and whatnot, based off, like, obviously Tolkien's Catholicism and stuff, is descriptive and prescriptive. So prescriptive means God commands it. Descriptive means it happened. So anytime somebody's like, well, they did horrible things and, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, but every instance you see that, it's always somebody doing something without direct commands from God. In those instances, they take it further than what is necessary. They do things on their own all the time. And everyone's like, "Oh, well, God told them to do this." Well, did they? Did he though? Did he?
No,
Because
effectively,
not how
what
it works.
he's trying to argue here, just to like sort of like wrap up what he's saying, is that evil is not actually evil. That like they didn't really have a choice in the matter, and therefore they should have been granted mercy, but never were in the story. They were never depicted as being given a
Well,
chance to
can
change, and that's not fair to them.
Can you back up just a smidgen to where that page is on the loan? The very end's fine, but just give me just a smidgen of the reading right here. So it says, captives must not be tormented, not even to discover information for the defense of the homes, elves, and men. If any orcs surrendered or asked for mercy, they must be granted it, even at a cost. Right? Okay. This was the teaching of the wise, though in the horror of war, it was not always heeded, because people didn't want them to keep propagating. Notice how it never says that they would surrender or ask for mercy. It's nowhere there. So we have no instances, and obviously if it did happen, Tolkien would have brought it up. It didn't happen, he didn't bring it up. So if it did happen, and they weren't trying to do it, but we did learn, if you did go back, don't have to go back, but no cruelty or weakness that they would not commit, that this was the corruption of independent wills, and they took pleasure in their deeds. They were capable of acting on their own, doing evil deeds unbidden for their own sport, or if Morgoth and his agents were far away, they might neglect his commands. They were so lazy, they wouldn't even do what they were told unless they had somebody overwatching them at all times. So but they would still not obeying commands would be considered corruption and pleasure in doing evil deeds, because obeying is a good thing when it's God. It's a bad thing when it's the devil. So that's that concept where it's okay, they're so far that they will even disobey the master they fear and hate if he's not nearby. It's they don't desire mercy, even if you wanted to grant it. So even with this does not mean that Tolkien was yeah, they did this all the time on war. Now, it does imply that it wasn't always heeded, but it also means that I think it more implies that there was never an option to surrender. For one, the orcs spoke the black speech and very rarely spoke the common tongue. And if you don't speak the black speech, even if they're trying to surrender, you're not going to know what they're saying. But also, surprise attacks launched by Rohirrim into camping things in, say, the Two Towers. They're not stopping and saying, "Do you surrender?" and then waiting for them. No, they're going to use a surprise to just wipe them out, because they recognize them as evil beings.
Well, here we are talking about the difference between the morality of war and the morality of normal life, right? Things change when you go to war. You cannot afford to apply the same morality you would in normal life while at war. Like you talked about with American Sniper when we talked about the kid with the RPG.
I was about to bring that up too, yeah.
I mean, if you don't take that shot, people who are close to you, people whose lives you are responsible for, die.
Not even if you're close to them, just people that are with you in this war, your comrades in arms, brothers in arms, or whatever. These are people that you might not even know that well, but they're there with you, and they're on your side, and you know where your side stands. Now, it could be an unjust war, and you'd still know that type of stuff or whatever. But the point is that your side will take losses. Somebody's going to die regardless. Is it better them or you? And this is what I have a problem in, the Wheel of Time, because Rand, the main character, has a problem with killing women, or even harming women. And it's it seems like a good idea. Yeah, you should not be against, you should not be for killing women. But it's they're evil women. They're actively trying to kill you. They're trying to put a poison dagger that will melt your bones into your body. Their intention is to kill you, because they are evil, because they serve the Dark One. They're called Dark Friends. And he's I don't want that. Then he has his whole honor guard is all comprised of women, and he's always trying to find ways to get them out of harm's way by leaving them behind. They hate it because they have an honor society, and they you dishonor us. by doing this. And it's like all of these things are just it's a silly concept because yes, it sounds great, but in reality, you're going to get your people killed or even yourself killed and end the world because of your stupidity. It's that same problem.
Yeah, again, to sort of wrap up what he's trying to say in that segment is he's effectively trying to argue that it isn't fair that orcs are evil and don't get a chance at redemption because no one is truly evil and they shouldn't be treated like that. It's problematic. And I use that word as sarcastically as I fucking can.
I hate that word, but I say it sometimes because I'm so used to hearing it and I apply it regardless.
Yeah. So
intelligence and emotion, and thus sentience, they were closer to corrupted men than purely evil beasts.
okay, so as we've already established with the corruption part of it, that means that you've given yourself over wholly to it, right? Or you are consumed by it.
You immerse yourself in it so far, there's no you immerse yourself so far into it that there's no escape because you don't want escape. Not that you couldn't escape, but you decide not to escape.
As Christina Fawcett writes in her analysis of Tolkien's morality, as figures of corruption, the orcs are opponents in an ideological battle. While other authors incorporate the idea of groups of goblins as warriors, Tolkien is the first to show the monster in the role of a soldier. The orcs have no choice in their role. They are captured, tortured, and changed. The orcs' actions are not excused by their history. They are still violent, vicious threats to the peace of Middle-earth. Yet knowing their origin does raise disquiet about the fight between the orcs and the other races of Middle-earth.
Okay, hold on. That's somebody commenting with their own personal bias about this stuff and trying to make it sound like, oh, this is a bad idea. He shouldn't have done this. For one, it's not your property. If you want to make that your property, go out, write your own series, make that the case in yours. It's not going to do as well because it won't be as well written. Sorry, it's just the nature of it. But even if it was well written, people aren't going to get the same feel from it because it's like saying, well, we need to remove all hardship. There can't be any suffering because suffering's bad. We can't have, these people be bad guys because they're minorities or blah, 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 blah. It's just like, so you're just going to remove any trial and tribulation from a heroic story? Then you don't have a heroic story. You don't have a story. What are they going to play? Flag football? You think like the fellowship's going to run down? Uruk-hai grabs Frodo's flag and he's like, oh, well, I guess you have to take the ring now. And the orc starts running with the ring and then you flag him and then you take the ring back. Like that's so passive aggressive. It's so silly and retarded. Like it's stupid as a content and it's even silly just even thinking about it. So like just because somebody comments on something, like for example, Corey Olsen, who's the Tolkien professor. I used to like him. Then Rings of Power came out. And then he had a lot of hot takes. And Grey Pilgrim might be familiar with him, I would assume. But if it's between Corey Olsen and Tom Shippey, I'm siding with Tom Shippey. Because Tom Shippey knows the ins and outs completely of everything about Tolkien that is possible to know without being Christopher Tolkien or J.R.R. Tolkien. And even then, there's stuff he doesn't know, but he does know how to keep it consistent because he knows the ins and out of it. So in that regard, it's just because somebody makes a comment about something doesn't mean it's a good comment. Doesn't mean it's a reasonable comment or a rational comment. It means somebody has an opinion. Congratulations, we all do. Can it be somewhat accurate? Like for the first half of that quote, yes, but the second half, not so much.
Well, the quote just completely ignores that, again, the orcs are the aggressors. Like
in
war, you do not have a choice but to wipe out the enemy.
Not even that.
You go into a war assuming that you are going to have to wipe out the enemy, otherwise you will lose.
Yeah, victory is your goal, not mercy. Mercy can be given, but notice the orcs never give mercy. Just a little detail there. But even then, even if you ignore the aggression aspect, you bring up, or rather ignore the fact that they revel in doing evil. Mm-hmm. That gets them off. Like
that's another complaint that that these people are effectively lodging, particularly here with Lex, is that it's pretty much racist to write an evil race because you can't possibly have an entire race of evil
Well,
beings.
it is okay for the evil beings as long as they're white. I mean, where's the lie?
Okay.
Notice who all the bad guys are in all the modern stuff. White guys.
It should be obvious from everything I've set up that we encounter the same dilemma that Tolkien did. If demons are pure evil, they shouldn't really be sentient. And if the demons are sentient, they shouldn't be pure evil.
Pause. Orcs are sentient. They're pure evil. Why would demons be sentient and not pure evil?
Isn't Morgoth sentient and pure evil?
Yes, and Sauron. Both of them are Ainur. They're angels. They've been in the presence of literally God. Like, the Balrogs are Ainur. They've been in the presence of God. That does not mean anything. You can still choose to do evil things. That's what free will is. If you ignore free will, then nothing makes sense in society. Nothing makes sense in anything. Because you can't be held morally accountable if you don't have free will. Sorry, it doesn't work. Philosophically speaking.
However, demons in Frieren are shown to be clearly sentient. They're easily more intelligent and inquisitive than even the orcs are. We've seen plenty of evidence of them showing emotion. You can make a strong argument that they express empathy too. And
no, you can't. You showed one instance that was drastically misinterpreted.
Well, not even that.
So far.
Not even that, but like, these would be considered higher, like, arc demons. The average mob demon is not more intelligent than an orc. They're all idiots. Certain ones ascend higher than others because that's how the demons work.
Well, in
More
Frieren,
powerful,
these are about average as far as demon goes.
Well, I'm saying, like, when we go into like show the demon army, it's just a bunch of like mismatched demonic looking monstrosities. They're not all just humans with horns. So when you see humans with horns, it's because they took that appearance from somebody else and they hold it. But then those are the ones who typically do that, at least from what I remember from Frieren, the ones who typically do that are the ones that have more status, more skill, more power. The other ones, they just walk in and start crushing things. They don't care.
And they have a clear-cut sense of morality.
I don't think we need to readdress that.
No.
That there's never any show of morality.
No.
He just interprets his... He finds the most, like, obscure little things and uses that as his proof. And then it acts like it's definitive. Fuck him.
So if we handed Frieren to Tolkien and asked him to evaluate it, I strongly believe that he'd think the demons weren't worthy of mindlessly killing.
Well, good for you, because you would be strongly in the wrong, because that's not how it would work. Not saying that he wouldn't think that they were worthy of it, but he would also ask more questions. What is their origin? How did they come to be? Why do they not bleed and fall over dead and have to be buried? Why do they just go poof into magicness? Like, there are a lot of things that come into play, because in this world, as far as I'm aware, there are no like god creators. There's like religious deities, I think, at best.
There's technically the goddess of creation, but hasn't been seen since the Mythic Age.
So it's more of a deistic approach, where basically the god comes in, creates stuff, and leaves. But it's just kind of like, he wouldn't see that, because a true god, from Tolkien's perspective, would be one that's omnipotent, omnibenevolent, and omniscient. But like, if you don't have those three, and if you're omniscient and you are omnipresent, I guess it would also be another aspect. If you're omnipresent, you can walk away, but also be there simultaneously, because spatial matter and time doesn't apply to you. You'd be everywhere. You'd see everything. You're omniscient, which you get from seeing and hearing everything. You don't have the mind limitations of humanity or any other creature, so you wouldn't have to worry about limiting what you could consume in terms of knowledge. None of that would apply. But if you're like, oh, it's a god who creates stuff and then left and doesn't know what's going on, well, Tolkien's not going to count that as a god or a deity that's actually a deity or a god. They're going to count that as somebody who has magical properties and kind of a poof. And he's going to say that's pretty poor writing if that's the regards. But if he even ignores all of that, the demons and how they behave could be redeemable if they chose to be redeemable. And even the one that you picked out, Crimson, he didn't choose to be redeemed. He chose to have an experience.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's literally it.
He wasn't choosing to walk away from everything that was wrong. He couldn't even acknowledge that it was wrong, really. He has no concept of that, of like the harm and the killing that he does. That's what makes him dangerous and makes it impossible to coexist with him.
I would say it was him failing to understand that he does not understand. Because if he had understood, he would have done what the remember when I gave my little thing of like, this would be a cool character and have him just be the good guy all the time. That would be something if he understood, but he didn't understood. He wanted to experience something, and that overrode any type of understanding he could possibly have. Because somebody who wants true pacifism, somebody who wants true peace, and somebody who wants to coexist with somebody would not go out and say, I want this experience above all else, because he'll never reach that experience because he can't experience it.
Yeah, he wouldn't hand daggers to children and then make them fight.
Yeah. Is that what he does?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
They should have a soul, and any evilness on their part would be due to a conscious choice or corruption, which could always be reversed. Now, a lot of Tolkien's dilemma is based on his Catholic beliefs, his ideas about
a lot of it.
Good and
what? A lot of it.
Pretty sure all of it, right?
Okay, so it was not originally intended to be a Roman Catholic document, but it did eventually get there, and he acknowledges that, and it is now a Christian document. But it was not written to be a Christian document. It just happened to be a Christian document by the end. And he acknowledges that point, and he also says, hey, I don't like allegory in use with my work, but at the same time, the messages and the things that I put into it come from my Roman Catholicism and my Christian belief. And my Christian belief is everywhere in my work, but not allegory. But then he does come out and say, it's a Roman Catholic creation itself. Like, it is that, I just didn't see it at the time, which is fine. But ultimately it does. But every decision he made was based upon his inherent belief in Christianity. Like, when he makes the peaceful life of the Shire and he brings down Earth, he brings his own life into it, but also the life he has. When he brings in Eru Ilúvatar and the Valar and everything, that's all because of his belief. When he brings in the creations of all these different things, they're all falling in line within his worldview that he is based off of Christian values. It happens that way the entirety of the work. People cannot like that, but sorry, that's the way it is. He even said it himself. But it doesn't mean that Aragorn's Jesus or, Gandalf coming back as the resurrection or some nonsense. Like the allegory, he despises that allegory, even later. But he doesn't despise allegory. He despises allegory in reference to his work. That's something people miss out. But anyway, continue on.
And evil and the existence of a soul. But just to make things clear, even removing the concept of souls, religion, and definitive morality given by God entirely, which is pretty easy to do because Frieren is a bit more agnostic, the dilemma still applies. Because what the soul means is more important here. Creatures who are sentient and intelligent and capable of morality are said to have a soul because that's what grants them higher consciousness. And any being with that must also have the other aspects of consciousness. The ability to reason.
Souls aren't technically taught in the Bible. Just saying. Like, and maybe he doesn't know that. Maybe he's thinking of a different religion or whatever. It became a popular belief, but it technically does not exist in biblical narrative. So you don't have sentience as a human, according to Christianity, because you have a soul. You have sentience because your creator made you with sentience. It's a lot simpler than a soul, but he also created you with sentience because he wanted to be in a relationship with you, not romantically, but like as a father is to a child. That makes sense. But we have that sentience because there was supposed to be a relationship there, and then the whole Adam and Eve thing happened and everything fell apart. And it's like, okay, well, if that's the case, what does a father want to do to a wayward son? Well, I mean, Jesus does the whole parable of the, what is it, the parable of the, shoot, what's he called? I guess parable of the wayward son, whatever you would call it. I'm brain farting right now for some reason. But basically, the son that tells his dad, basically, I wish you were dead. Give me my money so I can have it as if you were dead, goes off and then comes back and says, I don't deserve to be your son. And he's like, give my kid all this stuff because he's my kid and he's come home. That's literally the entirety purpose of the whole Bible.
And here's the thing I do want to say
no
is,
soul involved.
in Frieren, I don't remember any connection between the soul and higher intelligence. In fact, the only time I hear mention of the soul is when they're talking about
Prodigal son. Prodigal son was the story. Sorry, Prodigal son popped in my head.
Yeah, is the only time I hear the mention of the soul in Frieren is when they're talking about going to the Undying Lands.
I was gonna say, is there an underworld or anything in Frieren? I don't remember that being a thing.
Technically, there is like a heaven or a paradise or whatever, and that's what they're headed for in End.
But is it real or is it something they tell each other for comfort?
It's something that Frieren's master actually visited. That's why she's headed there.
I don't remember that. So
it's within the first couple of episodes. Frieren reads Flam's journal, and it basically just she describes her experience of meeting deceased friends there in that location. And then Frieren basically recounts that this is where the Demon King's castle is built.
As like in front of the entrance, or like is the place?
I'm not exactly sure how it works. It just mentioned that they're the same location, so I don't exactly know what's going on there.
Press X to doubt.
So the issue I have with this is I don't think it's ever said that demons have well, maybe with aura it does imply that they have souls or whatever, but you have to keep in mind that the concept of souls is different for Japanese and
Western.
Western. Like Western, it only applies souls to sentient beings, right? Like human, or sorry, I should say it only applies souls to humans.
Yeah, but the kami for everything,
angel.
leaves have souls, animals have souls, everything has souls.
But in Japanese mythology, the soul can be is applied to every living thing. So the major flaw he's making here is that the soul in Japanese media does not directly correlate to sentience or to a higher incorporated being, because everything has a soul. And it does not therefore does not inherently equal morality or redemption or some sort of chance at redemption.
But even if that was the case, even if they were redeemable, and even if they did have a soul as demons, if they never choose to do other than evil, they cannot be redeemed because they're not choosing to be redeemed.
Yes.
If they don't choose to be redeemed, they can't be redeemed if they don't choose to be redeemed. That's the whole problem. Even if they said, you know what, all you got to do is go through this door and that's it. And this door will be here. And then they go up to him and said, I want to go through that door, and then stabs you. The door would blink out of existence because they don't choose to go through the door. They choose to stab you. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. They won't make the active choice to do the thing that would enable them to be redeemed. They won't pull a Boromir. They won't like be a demon that stops another demon from harming a human in hopes of gaining trust. And even if they did, it would probably be a ploy or a tactic because that's what they are notorious for doing, is taking advantage of what the humans perceive. But this guy doesn't seem to get that for some reason. I don't know why.
Self-aware, have free will. So removing the soul from the equation, the causes and effects remain. Orcs and demons are sentient, intelligent, and morally capable beings. Therefore, they must be capable of reason, self-awareness, and change. They can't be pure evil because they have the ability to change.
I think you called that, what was it, a leap? like we said, he's confusing Western.
That was
the
that was
idea
what
of
we call
Western.
that's what we call a leap of faith from Assassin's Creed. It's not actually faith based. It's just jumping off of a cliff and hoping there's a pile of hay at the bottom.
Yeah, effectively, he is.
He's conflating two concepts with the same thing.
Yeah, he's made a bunch of poorly stitched together arguments that you can sort of follow the logic on, but when you look at the stitching, you can tell it is shit.
Yeah, it wasn't well put together, let's say.
Choose not to be. They already have their own system of morality. There's no reason they couldn't.
Again, no, they don't, and that is his huge sticking point for this.
He's assuming his assumption of them having morality isn't based in reality, because he hasn't shown an instance in which they do things morally.
Well, he thinks he has.
Well, yes, he does think that, but see, he thinks that here's this moral point, but then from that moral point, he doesn't do anything with it. Like, he just says, see, they did moral stuff, and it's like, that's not moral stuff, though. That's your assumption. Like, you're calling it moral stuff, but if I say, there's a squirrel walking across the street, there's a chicken walking across the street, it doesn't make the squirrel magically a chicken. It just means it's a squirrel, and you perceive it as a chicken because of whatever lunacy you have in your head that makes you think that. That's not how reality works. It only works based off of actual evidence. The evidence you have provided, good sir, is not in effect with what your argument is.
Adopt another. Now, individual demons may still be evil, and many in the story are, but due to the nature of the dilemma, it shouldn't be the entire race by default. The demons that committed atrocities and participated in a violent war are not excused by the knowledge.
So, Mushoku Tenshin. I don't remember the guy's name. The guy with the bald guy with the staff that travels around with him.
Ruijerd.
Which one?
Ruijerd.
Ruijerd. So Ruijerd is technically a demon.
Yes.
But his actions and his protecting of others that he could easily destroy is what changes him. Here's the thing. If there is a redeemable demon, and again, maybe the author hasn't gotten that far. Maybe he's using the other demon guy as a, false swipe or something. Maybe he's got something else planned. I don't know. I'm not the author. But having a demon who is a demon, mind you, he makes good decisions. He's trying to redeem his people. He's trying to redeem himself. And his people only became demons because of propaganda and other things that happened along the story. But he's trying to get his people redeemed. He's making actual effort. These three are not making any effort. Zero, zilch, none, nada.
He brings that up. I don't think he's talking about them. He's effectively saying that there should be redeemable demons in the series.
Well, whether there are or not is up to the author, and if the author says no, then there's no, and you just have to accept that. I know it sucks for this guy.
Oh no, he's gonna full on and insinuate that the author is racist in this video.
The author's Japanese.
Doesn't make him less racist.
It's not a white dude in a freaking America going, oh, racism. This would be speciesism, not racism. Freaking ignoramus.
I have pressed the wrong play button.
That they may have the ability to
the other play button.
The demons killed throughout the show are almost always instigators to conflict, after all. But it does raise disquiet about Frieren's intent to eradicate them. Anyway, it's time for manga spoilers.
Okay, that's the end of the segment, because after this it goes into the El Dorado stuff, which we'll have to save for another time. But that is effectively the premise of his argument. It raises disquiet about Frieren's determination to eradicate them. One panel where a young Frieren talks about her hatred for the demons that destroyed her home is your proof. And small, random little instances that I can easily disprove, and I have talked about how they're fucking wrong across this entire thing.
I'm still waiting for his argument, because so far he hasn't made one.
Huh.
He's made a lot of opinions. He's made a lot of comments. He's made a lot of things, but none of them equate to an argument. he just basically says, "This is my thoughts." I'm like, "Cool story, bro. Are you going to actually like put your argument together?"
Mhm.
And maybe that's what he's going to try to do in the second half. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
So
like the whole
let's
even with young Frieren, if she's upset or whatever, she has righteous cause to be, because the demons are doing that. Now, if she ever came across an instance where she met like Rejard from Mushoku Tenshin, she might change her mind. We don't know because it's not happened. And if it hasn't happened, we can't know. And the same thing is, he's like, well, this. Well, it hasn't happened yet, so we don't know. But if the series ends and none of what you want to come true comes true, that's the end of the series, and you got to deal with it.
Mhm.
You don't have to like every series you watch. You don't have to like every series that you think. He's just hating on it, from what I can tell, because it's a very popular series. That's the only reason I can think of. He's like, people like it, and I have to like not be like. It's the same thing they accuse us of, because like right now I'm in a comment war in one of my videos about the War of the Rohirrim, with some guy basically calling me out because I put out what was alleged to be in the War of the Rohirrim anime, which I was originally stoked for. And he's like, "Oh, you're just hate farming," and I was like, "No, I want it to be good, but I also don't have trust in them. I've seen actual evidence of what they're saying, and I've seen the trailer. I've seen other clips outside of the trailer that I don't know how I got to, but I've seen them. They're there. They exist." And I'm like, yeah, these are all fulfilling this. So the other stuff that I haven't seen wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. But I also said, if I'm wrong, that's better. But then I know people, or at least I know of people, I don't know them personally, that have seen it, and they said, yeah, this stuff's in it. And it's like, okay, well, if that's the case, why would I not tell you and everybody else that this is a thing? Like, this in fact is going to be in it. And if it's not, then that it's not. But at least me telling you prepare for this is not the same thing as me
Mhm.
just hate farming. I don't want to hate farm anything. It's just everything's being there, ruining everything I like.
I don't think I would go so far as to say he's hate farming
No, no,
it.
no, no. He's saying I'm hate farming.
No, no, I'm talking about this guy here
Well,
for
if he
Frieren.
doesn't like that you or I enjoyed Frieren because he thinks it's racist or this, that, or the other, then why else would he
I
make
don't
this?
even think that's the point. I think he's just genuinely thinks that this is contradictory, or that it's a problem with the narrative. And what I say to that is he's largely um he has largely overthought a lot of stuff and worked himself into, or worked to prove a conclusion he already had.
I don't know where he got this idea, because like the moral dilemma, when I watched Frieren, the moral dilemma never popped up. And I'm somebody
Um,
who likes dealing with science, philosophy,
yeah,
and religion and theology and
I
stuff.
can tell you
So
exactly how it started.
because he didn't like something.
No, so someone made a post on Twitter talking about how Frieren should have used Aura's magic to make her subservient to humans, and they could have done a whole lot of good to society. But instead, Frieren is racist and killed her. That's the scale chick who.
So I see a moral dilemma because you didn't enslave someone and,
No,
and make them do something against their will.
so he retweeted that post, saying something along the same line. And that is what spawned this, because people reacted to it and were like, "You're wrong. This is why." And he had a conclusion to prove from that, and went and extrapolated a bunch of small little things out of context and misinterpreted them, and tried to use those as proof of a conclusion he wanted already.
Yeah, I don't think that swapping out genocide for slavery is quite the hill he should die on, because that's a pretty hot take. I'm more of the lines of, if you want to have the character, which again, you shouldn't always have that kind of a character. Like the redemption character should not be in every freaking anime. It shouldn't be. It would be overused. Like the same thing, like modern media in the West, we have the redeemable villain. They're just misunderstood. Oh, well, I'm sorry I killed 60 people, but maybe if you like let me go pick up some litter on the side of the highway, everything will be better. Like, really stupid stuff is flooding media right now. But what we want are real villains. We want people who do bad things. Padan Fain does some atrocious things. Like, we're talking to women and children. We're talking merciless. We're talking doing terrible things.
Yeah, what happened to like the Griffith type characters of the fucking fictional worlds, right? Or they just do absolutely evil, ridiculous things, and have no redemption whatsoever.
Well, because here's the thing. I don't like seeing children get harmed, but I think if you had more of it in media, you would have more emotional in depth to it. So, like, for example, seeing a villain that actually like cuts down a child. What is the emotional response you or I should have? Outrage, anger,
Yeah.
what you'd expect out of a normal person. And then you'd expect people to be like, I don't like this. And then you say, that guy's a villain because he did something really bad and unforgivable. It's like, yeah, that's the point. But people are like, well, I don't want that I don't want to see that in content. I'm like, well, nobody wants to see it. But when you do see it, it tells you about the character who did it. That's the whole point. When you see a hero do the good thing, you know that they're doing the good thing. That's what makes them a hero in the modern sense of the term. But if you don't ever do that for the villain, what makes the villain so bad? Well, he went to war. Boo-hoo. You're fine with people being killed as long as they're adults. You won't include the children. But if you bring in children, women, or any like disabled people or whatever, and just let them be slaughtered, you evoke emotions in
Because
the viewer.
it comes across as absolutely unnecessary to do, right? And that's where all of that reaction to evil comes
Well,
from.
it's
Because now
when
you
the villain
know
does
that this person has no reason to do all this killing, but they're going to do it anyway.
well, they have a reason. They enjoy it. Or they are evil, and that's their reason.
Well, they have
Like,
no normal reason, I should say.
well,
Like
yes.
it's for war. There's no purpose behind it. It's literally just for self-satisfaction.
You went out to go get ice cream and you decided you were going to go, sexually assault a woman and then tear off her head and then feed it to a dog.
This isn't
You're
New
just
York.
evil. Well, I was leaning more towards Ohio, but yeah. But you gotta fatten the dog up before you cook it. But like,
I thought that was Springfield, Illinois.
oh no, I thought that was in Ohio. Ohio
I
was
think
having a big issue with that, with Haitian immigrants and stuff. But the point being is that when you have something that is brutal and emotionally revolting, you build the emotion in your body. It's the same thing as like yesterday I helped my dad set up his new TV in surround sound. And I was like, well, let's check to see if it works. So I played the last March of the Ents from the Two Towers. And I was like, I want to see how that bass hits. I want to see if the surround hits and everything. And no matter how many times I watch it, it always evokes a response. Because the music, the place that the Ents are in, where they're like, we need to put an end to this evil. We need to do like the hobbits being excited that they get to do something for the good of the world, and then they can reduce more loss of life, because then you put out the production company that makes all the orcs and Urks. Well, guess what? You have less Urks and Orcs to have to go through and kill people. You're doing a net good for everything involved. So it's like, okay, all of this stuff compiled together made perfect to just give you goosebumps every time you watch it. That's okay because it evokes a good, happy response. But if you do something on the opposite, like if we showed what happens to when orcs attack a village and what they do to the women there and how they eat the men and who knows what they do to the children, nobody wants to see that. And yes, I don't want to see it, but if you show it, you can evoke a totally different mentality. This guy would not be having the conversation about morality if he saw orcs just absolutely obliterating villages and seeing every detail explicitly.
No,
He'd
he
not be
would,
for that.
because he's watched all these demons obliterate all these villages.
Not explicitly, he hasn't. He hasn't seen them do the sexual assault, the molestation. He hasn't seen them do the decapitation.
Well,
and drinking from their...
Humans don't really have any interest in the sexual assault or any of that stuff. But
Well, I know, but that's the
everything
machine
else, the
container,
eating people, the decapitations, all that stuff, yeah.
which everyone's fine with because we're desensitized to death in that regard, but we're not desensitized to the other stuff because it's heavy content. It's not to be
Mhm.
praised, but it's something that we're missing in a lot of good stuff, like a lot of good works, because I want the emotion to be like, yes, this is a villain, not somebody who's like, yeah, I slapped a kid when I was 5. You're like, like that's not exactly evoking a villainous backstory for me. So it's just like, give me something that like Padan Fane is a villain. The Dark One has been shown as less of a villain than Padan Fane in the Wheel of Time, because Padan Fane is just evil, but he's a different type of evil. He's not the same. But the Forsaken don't even do as evil stuff as Padan Fane. Like there's
Mhm.
there's so much you could put in to explain that villainous stuff needs to be villainous once again. Like, make villains great again, because they're all pathetic at this point in pretty much everything I see them in. Like, let them win a couple times.
No, I've had half a mind with the project I've been writing to basically like make the villain have like that whole like moral spiel about like I was oppressed, I was all this, and just have the main character go, fuck you, you still chose this path.
I mean, yeah,
You
basically.
knew what you were doing was wrong, and now you're trying to justify it, you big fucking coward.
Or the person who's like, I do all this stuff for the moral reasons, but I don't care. It's just like, you'll shock people. Also,
I was bullied. I found
Yeah,
found a
the-
place
the-
where I fitted. I don't fucking care. You
the-
killed half a kingdom and tried to destroy the world.
the funny thing is that when you have these kids who are bullied and they don't learn from the bullying because they then become the bully, and it's like, no. You're supposed to be the one who's bullied. You get out of the bully situation and you prevent the bullies from bullying. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to defend the weak. You're supposed to be the Captain America. You're not supposed to be freaking, you're not supposed to be those villains that we all despise. And that's what happens to them. But to Muffler Tape, I don't know what Oshinoko is, so I don't know what the ending is either. So I can't not make you think of it because I don't know what it is.
It's a murder mystery anime / manga. Got a little bit of like reincarnation in it, and yeah,
I don't
had a
think I've watched that.
disastrously bad ending.
I don't know what it is, so I can't say. But yeah,
Two good seasons worth of anime, but that ending was fucking ass.
that's what I hate about watching stuff. Is like, I watch stuff now, and I'm worried that I'm gonna like watch it, and I'm gonna like it, and then I'm getting like I just finished the 4th season of Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? I have no interest in the parallel stuff about the girl and her stuff. I don't care. But I'm watching the first 4 seasons, and I'm sitting here like, I'm gonna be really mad if I get to the end of this and it's gonna have a horrible ending. I'll be like, no, I want to enjoy stuff. And that's the reason I haven't picked up House of the Dragon, because I'm worried that, like, for one, I know House of the Dragon leads to Game of Thrones, and I know Game of Thrones sucks at the ending. So it's like, I wouldn't like it anyway. But it's like, if I don't want to pick up something that I might like, and then it turn out to be trash at the end, because then I'm going to invest so much time and effort into it. And I just don't want to, I don't want to be disappointed. I don't go my day. I don't go to work for hours on end and come home and be like, yeah, I'm going to be disappointed today. Woo!
I don't blame you, but I'm going to try. We're going to wind this down because it is now 10:30 for me. So
you don't have to work tomorrow or anything. What are you talking about?
This guy's link is actually down in the description, and I would appreciate if you went over and checked out his channel because he does cool stuff.
Debatable, but
maybe like the stream, please, because
and if you like fighting people in comments, you can do the fighting for me, because I don't have the time to sit there and comment to every single person. Actually, Gray Pilgrim, you'd love the comments on some of the Lord of the Rings stuff, because we've had some people have some hot takes in that area. So maybe you'd enjoy battling them in the wits of Tolkien, but that's up to you.
But yeah, I think we're gonna have to do a part 2 for this, because there's still like half of that video that needs to get covered, where he actually like starts talking about why he did all of that setup for his video.
Like, comment, subscribe to Crimson Law.
Yes, I would appreciate it. I'm almost at 800. I need like 5 more.
Yeah, I'm like a third of you.
Anyway, time to call it. I'm tired. See y'all later. Thanks for joining me, by the way. I appreciate it. It was fun. And thanks to every one of you. There was a lot of people I saw jump in and check it out who decided that they were going to listen in. You mean the world to me, and I am really glad that you give me your time to listen in on stuff like this. So, have a good night. And if you don't catch me on some of the other streams before Thanksgiving, happy holidays. Later. And now